Okay, I should be live now, right? Everything should be working. Alright, cool. Hopefully we won't have any issues today. Unlike the other day. Or there were issues after issues. Alright, I'm just gonna get my dailies and stuff done first. Oh yeah, and I mailed the claim. Okay, cool. I can finally grab something from that box. Alright, let's see. These are all the Shroomen here. Shroomen, Eggplant, Trichrome, Rouge, Illusion, Neon, Mystery. Which ones do I have? What am I missing? I'm missing the basic one, the Trichrome, and the Neon one there. Archeagle. I'm missing Hornfeather, Killen, and Dazzling. Oh, as well the Scarlet one, but that one's from a mission. I should do that at one point. What's the other one? It's the Dolphins, right? I'm missing the basic color one and the Jade one, and then... Oh, I do have the gold one. Interesting. Okay. The Phantom one looks pretty cool, though. Too bad you're never gonna use it. And never gonna see it. Okay. I don't know which one I want to use it on. Because I have these. Alright. It is funny how I don't have the basic color one. That is kind of funny. But yeah. I'll just wait for the monthly box, the random monthly box. I just compare to see what I cannot get from it. I need to kill one of these Northfall guys for my dailies. Alright, what other dailies do I have? Jerry 85 and hopefully Guard. Hi there, Bahamut. Welcome, welcome. Let me check my alt. What does it need? And I'll get its stuff done at the same time. Thankfully there's not too much I need to do on ToF. So then we can move on to the next thing after. Okay. Alright, give me a sec. Okay. Let's get the stuff here done. Wait, is that all my dailies? Damn, it is. So I just need to do a join up and then we're done with ToF for the day. Because I only need to do the raid 6 times a week. And I did do it yesterday off stream. So that's good. Got my stuff there. Right. Let me just warp myself over. Because there's not too much I need to do in ToF right now. Alright, we're pretty much just logging in, getting dailies, claiming the event stuff. Well, I'm claiming the event stuff off stream. And that's it. Okay. Yeah, what's today's join up? Alright, easy join up. I'll just skip to the end. And I won't bother looting it. Because there's no point. Okay. But yeah. Oh, it's even easier to do the skip with Grey Frog. Or the, Aglaya or whatever. Because I can just stop in midair. And then manually adjust the steering. That's nice. Go kill this thing. Easy. Welcome Raiders, 1 million viewers, Acme Studios. Welcome, welcome. I guess, yeah, it's mostly just grinding. At least it's quick. Right, 6 out of 7 days a week. Is the grinding in ToF a bit more. And then the last day, just claim all the shit. And then we're done here. Easier. But yeah, hi Uxum. Welcome, welcome. Alright, I don't think there's anything else I need here. Alright, let me just double check my alt's Artificial Island. No, I think my alt's Artificial Island is good. And then I just gotta double check this stuff. Everything looks okay over there. Yeah, looks like everything is in order on both of my accounts. I still have not touched this mode. I've never touched this thing. Maybe one day, just so I can get the costume. Maybe one day. The mount is cool as well, I guess. Maybe one day, but not today. Okay. Pretty much done here. Alright, not even 10 minutes. Okay, I guess we'll do Enfield stuff. Oh, let me just boot up Enfield. Oh yeah, I have that open. My BC250 will be where I play Dwight Knight Abyss later. After the malware shit that happened, I don't trust stuff out of the thing anymore. I don't trust running it on Windows anymore. So it'll be running off of my other machine that's running Linux. I'll switch to it later. Let me get Enfield booted up first. Because, like, whatever happens there, I'll be immune to it. Alright. We should have new character for Enfield, right? Surely we'll get her in the first 10 pull, right? Probably not. If I get her, I get her. If I don't, I don't. Whatever. We shall see. Alright, we shall see. It is annoying how, like, they have I guess it's nicer that they moved it to the first 3 days instead of spreading it out further, but whatever. Alright, let's see. Do we get her or do we not get her? If we don't get her, or whatever. We don't get her. Unfortunate. Whatever, there goes the free pull. I'm not gonna go out of my way to bother to get her anyways. Okay. Alright, I couldn't get her, so I couldn't get her. That's just how it is. What is this? I guess she has a story quest. And then we got new Delver, the cryptic stages. Okay. We can maybe do those later. Dailies first. And I still have a lot of cooling batteries left. Okay, cool. Price is shit here. Don't want to deal with that. Okay. Do I grab those? I don't know. You know, sure, I'll get the model. There we go. We got another display there. If that even means anything.
It's just some minor gifts, Enmin. But I hope you can accept them.
Alright, free stuff. I'll take free stuff.
A gift of
Just random junk. Okay.
I have received your signal, Administrator.
Oh, she doesn't need gifts anymore.
Dijon is a vessel furnished with various.
Oh, she needs gifts.
My thanks. I will.
They should take extra precautions.
Alright, easy mission there, Dawn. Just shove gifts into them. Alright, I got that. Then we have this there. Wait. They're not working at the moment? Okay. Alright, let me just dump the stuff in here. Oh, none of the workers are there. The ones over here are.
Your crew's pretty tough, but oh, you shouldn't have.
Alright. Tutang doesn't need gifts anymore. Have one over here. Nobody. Oh, she's here.
Nice to meet you, Administrator. I'm. Wow.
Okay. Over here, anything good? Oh, this one. Time to sell shit. Okay. But yeah, we're gonna try to like slowly go through some of my backlog today. Reacts backlog, maybe. It's been piling up a bit too much. Alright, it just keeps piling up more and more. So, it should be a good idea to like finally get through at least some of it. Yeah, there's combat drill stuff there. Okay. There we go. There's all the stock bills there. Okay. Let's see, can we get any wooling jobs? Right, there's our first one. Let's go get this done. Mm-hmm. Alright, we gotta go all the way over there. I'm gonna get these done. Alright, what else do we need to guard? Alright, surely we can get more woolings. Alright, there's a second one. Oh, that one's gonna be a bit more annoying. You mean the 5090? Yeah, they're probably not gonna have one. I mean, I said it as a joke, the 5090. You know what? How about a Pro 6000 Blackwell? A Pro 6000 Blackwell. Right? You could get the better 5090, the Pro 6000 Blackwell. Right, the Pro 6000 Blackwell. Right now we just keep refreshing. I'm doing fine. Maybe a bit tired. I did not I'm assuming it was like a freaking how many kilometer walk earlier today? Like 12? But yeah, hi Flagger. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it was a good 12-ish kilometer walk. You know, now that I think about it, these guys don't run very fast. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I run faster than this. No, I did not. Like 12? But yeah, it's like now that I think about it, if you consider the distance of everything that we move right here. Kilometer. Nah. It's not that. I had stuff to do and whatever, I walked. I don't know what that distance is in Pepega units. I don't think so. I don't think you even use them for the same shit, man. Rossi's just kinda weird. Oh no. Got that done.
to micromanage. We're stronger now. All right, time to go downstairs on that mad woman. We're stronger now. All right, time to go downstairs on that mad woman.
Damn it, still not enough experience.
Prepped and primed. Let's
Alright, let's get the stuff here done. But yeah, like, now that I think about it, if I was, like, in a race against the characters in Enfield
tactics manual
on how fast I could run, I'm pretty sure I'd outrun them.
icebreaker games.
They don't exactly seem to have that fast of a running speed. Now that I think about it. I don't know why. Odd, but yeah. Maybe we'll do it today.
You're fighting me.
Let's go.
Your end is not.
Let's flip the world. Let the hunt arrive. Can't escape gravity.
Alright, let's go get 2 Tang Squared's weapon leveled up a little bit. How long is the story quest anyways? Alright, then there's like the new event stuff here. Alright, we can get like the pass done. Probably. Yeah.
I hate trouble, but boredom is worse.
What? Okay, don't see any treasure there. Yeah, I don't see anything here either. Nothing there.
I remember that you kind of like these.
Alright, that's one. Oh, I guess we just keep going this way.
I remember that you kind of like these.
Alright, that's two. And that's three of them. No chest there. Yeah, no enemies here. Hi, Bootleg Gamer. Welcome, welcome.
I remember that you kind of like these.
Alright, that's three. Oh, they didn't hide anything here? Okay. Alright, let's get all these stages done then. A thirsty array, okay.
I hate trouble, but
What am I supposed to do here?
I remember that you kind of like these.
Oh, there's the exit there, so I got the first chest. No, I can't hit that. Alright, we got this one. I guess I gotta shoot a different one. Alright, that's open. What else is here? Oh. We got lasers.
I remember that you kind of like these.
Alright, we got all the chests here. Easy. There we go. Easy. Right, easy. Right, on to the next one.
Whatever comes next.
Alright. Jet drone again.
I remember that you kind of like these.
Alright, that's the first chest. Nothing over there. I don't know. How would I know? if a character is good or not. Especially when that's not released. Oh, cool. There's another chest there. Damn, I landed in a hole.
I remember that you kind of like these.
That's chest number 2. Alright, we need to find one more chest. Alright. Alright, we're over here. Now we're over here. Oh. Yeah, we just go this way. And then there's the last chest.
Like these.
Then we go out here. Easy. Alright, next. We got 3 more to do.
Whatever comes next better.
At least this is all easy shit. Right, easy crap here. Nothing there. Over there. Okay. Let me go over here. Where are the chests here? Oh, there's one here. Where do I want to use this? Now there. Hi Kazuki. Welcome, welcome. We're going around doing this stuff here. Thanks for the follow as well, Jack45 Izzy. And welcome. Wait, I'm gonna loot the chest here first.
I remember that you kind of like these.
No, I can't interact with the thing to go down. Would have been funny if I could. Would have been. Alright, there's nothing there. Oh, there's a thing behind it. Alright, let's see. Okay. Oh, there's the other chest here. Okay, I need to get up there. Yeah, I'm fine. I need to get another way around there. Oh, it's there. Wait. Oh, it's this one. Alright, now it's over here. Okay, we got two more. Homecoming and then Tiny Buggy's trip.
I hate trouble, but boredom.
Okay. Oh. I just have unlimited water. Okay. Alright, let's see. Maybe there's something up there. Or we just go this way. Oh. Anything here? Nope. Where are the chests? Oh, I can't get up there? Oh. We can bomb this thing.
I remember that you kind of like these.
I think we need to find 2 more chests. Just need 1 more.
I remember that you kind of like these.
Okay. Where's the exit? There it is.
Whatever comes next, better be enough.
Alright. Alright. We'll go this way. Where are the chests here? I haven't seen a single one. Nope, can't go there. Nope, nothing there. What the hell? Any chests around here? looks like a no. Yeah, just benches. No, like just put it over here.
I remember that you kind of like these.
There. That event is done. Got those events done. I think I'll just save doing these, her mission with the other thing. I'll probably save doing it. And we got all this done and trimmed it. Because it's easier. Now I need to get this thing done. Now I have to wait to get off the raft. And then I'll do the other deliveries and I'll be done here.
All hands, stay alert for orders. Oh. Apologies, I was spacing out. Please pardon my lapse.
Okay. We're done with over here. We're done with the stuff there. Let's get this done. I'll take this one. Another quick, easy job. Well, too late for that. But welcome back. Just getting the rest of the stuff here done. Gotta get her stuff here done. And then right here. Now have to do the last delivery. There we go, got that delivery done. Oh, I guess I'll just grab these. Honestly, technically I could like just mostly ignore Valley 4 stuff at this point with the stock bills. It's not like I'm gonna use them for stuff. Like I can buy out all the gifts easily and then that's it. Alright. let's go do the DNA stuff then. Damn, DNA is category actually alive for once. Let me see. Can I even get the game to load? One sec. I need to switch off my emulator first. I do have the Master Chief Collection. I got lots of good stuff, though. Alright, let me just switch to my HDMI source input first. But yeah, the thing we mentioned the other day, right? I don't have it installed, but this was like the F-Zero clone game. This one. Right. Where's the White bus? No, I'm just doing the White bus stuff. I don't even have the F-Zero game installed. But we're on my Linux machine now, cause I don't think I can trust, you know, the Windows version of the White bus. So we're connected to the Linux machine right now. Oh, token invalid. I don't even know if the thing. Oh my god, here. Oh wait, how am I gonna? Okay. But yeah. Alright, I'm gonna just switch my browser, not my browser, my monitor input. But like, yeah, I don't trust running Duet AWS on my main machine. So I'll just do stuff from here. From now on another machine. Because, like, I just do not trust it. Alright. We can go on this thingy then.
Weapons, supplies, power levels, mission plans. Check completed for the 17th time. Standing by.
But it sometimes has a little bit of a delay with some of the menus, and the frame rate isn't the greatest on this thing. It doesn't have the best optimization. But this is literally PS5 hardware here.
Standing by for your orders. The currents will silence you. Shatter. Zap.
Judgment Fall.
Zap. Zap.
Oh, it doesn't have music. I should put music on. Well, happy birthday, young water. But yeah, it's been a while. Wait, what's the requirements for stuff in the shop here? I'm gonna put the music back on. Yeah, well, I have a solution that makes me immune. Played on Linux. I completely avoided the whole situation there. And then from here, I don't have to worry about anything cause Linux. Okay, I could just convert all of these and then just buy everything this way. Oh, that's so much better than it was before for this event. That's so much easier. But yeah. Well, it is what it is. Here's the thing though. It tells a different story when you really think about it. There's like another way to look at it. Because here's the thing. All of these games are security risks. All of them are. It's a, that day it was Duet Night Abyss, but it could literally have happened to any other game. They're all a security risk. Like, realistically speaking, all of them are. Oh, then I can just directly convert these into anything. So I can do... I think for now, like, coins are more valuable to me, because, like... I realized I could have done this the whole time. I should have just been farming the, other thing, because, like, these weapon blueprints, I could just sell them. And there's no limit. And I just keep getting more and more of these. I could have just, like, sold that. That's 100k of those Carmine globules right there. Like, I could have just kept farming level 70 of these with my macro. And then just get an easy amount of Carmine globules. Here's the thing, no amount of security is going to protect against the bigger security risk. The fact that these games run at kernel level and have kernel level access to our devices, that is far more dangerous. No level of adding more layers of passwords will ever deal with that. Realistically speaking, anti-cheat software on any game is a security risk. It doesn't matter. All games with anti-cheat are a security risk. Whether you want to admit it or not. Every single one. If there's anti-cheat in the game, it is a security risk. No exceptions. That's the end of the story there. All of them are security risks. The only real safe way to play these is to sandbox them on a completely different operating system, so whatever exploits or whatever get used can't compromise you. But the reality is, the average person, or rather like 99% of people, don't know how to do that. So, yeah. That said, DNA Abyss has issues on analytics. There are some issues you can see. But this is like the only guaranteed safe way to play it. Because you can kind of see it's a little scuffed with some of the animations there. But this is the only safe way. But yeah. That's just how it is. The solution is don't play on Windows, don't play on your phone, unless you're sandboxing it in an emulator. The only solution is to sandbox the game entirely, which is what I'm doing here. No matter what happens, it won't infect me. Or rather, it can't. Because Linux. Yeah, I mean, I'm playing on Linux. It can't do anything to me. from here. If they're gonna target the Windows platform with the stuff, it will literally do nothing. It's... That said though, playing on Linux, yeah. It's a bit dubious on whether or not you're actually allowed to do it. But it's the only safe way. It's the only guaranteed safe way. I just want to double check something. Okay. I guess that should be fine. I'll deal with that after. It's good that it's getting shut down. Bullying NVIDIA isn't gonna do anything because they're the ones selling the hardware. But the other stuff, we need them to get like fucked over. Microsoft can go fuck itself.
Like the merciful tears of Mother Emma.
But yeah, this is the only guaranteed safe way to play this. Playing it on Linux. Let's see. That said, it still doesn't change the fact that this game mode is awful. Not real. I mean, in content, not really. Quality of life, sure. But in overall content, not really. I'm comparing it to itself with that. This game mode is still awful. Mystic Base will never not be shit. God damn it, useless core flame stuff. No.
Like the most continuous of Mother Earth.
All verdicts
Oh damn it, it gave me the worst possible boss fights. Fucking hate this shit.
The law shall recount your
Okay, at least I can get 120 FPS here. So that's neat. You can get 120 FPS and do it Night Abyss on a PS5.
meet your demise within these
Sometimes.
Shall carry me through.
Not the most stable, but
Samsara's pulse.
no escape from the
not even
inferno
Wuma can do
ground.
this shit.
Meet your demise within these chains.
I mean, it is what it is.
Who's the target today? Let's go. Probably not gotten attack speed all the way up. Well, that's his own problem, man. That's his own problem. It is what it is. Let's see if it rewards here.
Oh, there's like... Is there like any rewards for ranking or nah? Does it even matter? Do I just ignore ranking rewards? I think I just do. Because I could directly just like keep AFK farming crap and just dump them here. Yeah.
Who's the
Yeah, I could technically still do more here, but... Yeah, okay. And then like a week from now... We'll have like a new character release and stuff like that, new patch stuff. Otherwise, like, nothing else here. Right, like, not really anything else here. I guess we'll just do some reacts now. Yeah, there's like nothing else I need to do here. But yeah. Oh yeah, I got into the playtest of, which game was it? Not Spark. Splash Zero, this thing. One of these days maybe we'll try it. I got into the playtest for Slash Zero. This game. But yeah, we have access to the playtest here. Maybe we'll try it tomorrow. I'm gonna go set up my AFK farm and do an AWS again. To go farm mats. And then I'll go get the React stuff set up.
Ever since the sudden rise of—
Oh, we'll do it this one first, that I was sent. The Psyche video. I think I'm gonna like move it to Greyjay because things like seem to load a bit better than using the browser to play it. So I'll use Greyjay.
Ever since the sudden rise of gacha games going mainstream in 2020,
Yeah, let me like pull up the thing first. This was in one of my reacts I saw, and I'll just add more of them. Because sometimes it loads faster, sometimes it doesn't. Where's the Greyjay source? Right, not there. Alright, it was this thing, right? Did he like change the title multiple times? I think he did. Because I grabbed this link and then it loaded that thing. They changed the title like multiple times. Okay. Let me change the thing here. We'll go in the chatting category. Where is the Grey J thing? Here we go.
20, it feels like every major player in this market is trying to get out their own big budget open world type game.
Yeah.
Genshin Impact kickstarted it all and pioneered the future of gacha gaming. Tower Fantasy launched to a fairly positive reception. Even though it mainly only gained popularity with the Chinese player base, it was enough for Hoda Studio to fund their next big project, with Neverness to Everness launching soon. Wuthering Waves launched in 2024 and admittedly had a rough start, but has blossomed into a giant in this industry. Endfield has been teased since 2021 and has only begun its conquest to join the big leagues. We've just seen an early test build of Silver Palace, a Victorian-themed open world with a fairly distinct setting. The second test branch for Azure Promilia will be arriving soon. Ananta is still nowhere to be found. Bluepock, the developer for Reverse 1999, is allegedly making an Unreal Engine 5 game. Netmarble wants a slice of the pie too, with Mongol Stardive launching probably soon. These are just some recent examples for the arms race of getting out a developer's own game with the potential to go mainstream. It's an emerging market for sure, with some very exciting times ahead. What if Project Moon came in swinging and made an open-world gacha game where you roam the city in a 3D environment, taking in all of its grimy and dark atmosphere? Don't lie to me, I know you want that. While many are concerned about the oversaturation of this niche, accompanied by the rather tribalistic crowd wanting their own favorite game to succeed in place of a competitor's, I'm here to let you know my opinions on the matter. This trend to create more high-budget open-world type gacha games is actually a good thing. I'd say make more of them. Everyone should be making their own big releases and have a small slice of the market. On the other hand, I think it's rather foolish to pray for the downfall of a game you don't like, because once you peel back the curtains, you'll notice that there's a lot of benefit to having a variety of games at your disposal, and that more competition is good, actually. Taking a brief detour from open world games, I'd like to give a brief mention to this video sponsor,
Let's skip that.
Why don't we start from the beginning and work towards how we got to this point?
I mean, it depends on how you define competition, if it actually is competition or not. You know?
These days, it feels like a lot of big budget titles that have been brewing in the pot of development and marketing have been dropping like flies in the overall gaming sphere. You never looked at mobile games and can even fathom they can operate on the same level. MiHoYo was the first to change this, of course. They've already beaten everyone to the punch with Honkai Impact in 2016, where its graphical and story presentation was already considered quite advanced back then. They struck gold yet again in 2020. If you ask me, Genshin Impact was a lightning in a bottle. It both coincided with the pandemic that a lot of people were staying home.
No, they don't, man. Honestly, this is me personally. I'm just tired of all this live service crap. I'd rather there just be like no more. Like, I'm honestly like, I'd rather them just make the thing without all that crap and just sell it as a regular game. Get rid of all the bullshit. Like, here's the thing, man. When you go play these games, what are you doing for like 99% of your playtime, man? How much of it is you actually freaking playing the game? And how much of it is you just like, you know, clocking into your daily 30-minute shift to go do all your dailies and then get the fuck off? You know what I mean? After a certain point, you kind of just get tired and annoyed of it. Even worse when they put it in an open world, because that just makes everything take a lot longer. And then, like, the thing is too with a lot of them as well, it's just all the same Pepega boring combat. That's just kind of shit with like insane amounts of automation and like magnetic enemies and just some of the worst auto targeting on the planet, man. You know, game developers figured out how to like lock on and target enemies 30 plus years ago on the N64. It's funny, it's like when you go play each of these games, they're not even on the level of what people figured out 30 plus years ago on the N64. They can't even come up with a competent targeting system. It's at the point where it's like, honestly, it'd be better if they had no targeting at all than what they have in there. But yeah. And like, I'm gonna be honest as well. If I bet that if I was to go and play a bunch, like, you know, up front, like 100 plus more hack and slash type action combat anime themed games or whatever, none of these gacha games that I've played would even make it in the top 100 for combat. Because out of all the stuff I've played before, throughout my entire lifetime, I wouldn't even put them in the top 30 that I've played. They wouldn't even make it that far. None of them. And like, because like the reality is they're all just the same crap at their core, with one slight change either way, but then they all still have the same issues. Like, and it's like also to the point where like I don't give a shit about endgame content in them. Especially when, like, at some point I've been wanting to... I'd rather have a skip button for even the combat. And then, like, open worlds in a lot of them, what are they? You know, they're just the worst version of your generic Ubisoft open world game. The only difference is they got an anime-looking skin on them. At their core, it's just like an empty map. You know? It's just an empty map with a bunch of random one-time crap to pick up there, and... honestly, you know, opening a chest for like 1/16th, 1/32, or 1/50th of a gacha pull or whatever it is, you know, it's like, why even bother? What's the point? You know?
Wanting to
It's
find
so
a
little.
meaningful new hobby to get invested in. At the same time, the quality of the game far surpassed basically any mobile game that had been released before it. On top of that, it wasn't infested with...
But like, for me personally, it's like, I look at these not in a vacuum of only other games with the same garbage monetization model with slightly different pricing. I look at it as a whole of and compare it to like, what other games could I just be playing instead? You know? And it just becomes harder and harder to deal with that.
with ads or
At least for me
microtransactions.
personally.
It had actual gameplay with mechanical depth, a pretty world to explore, and really memorable music. It actually felt like a premium game you
Yeah.
would find on a console platform.
It's more of like perceived value versus actual value. Because I'm gonna be honest, with a lot of these, from what I've played, at least for the main core part of it, it definitely is not on the level of those quote-unquote premium games. It's not. Sure, they can throw flashy visuals at you, but it's not quite the same thing.
The pandemic raged on for the next 2 years or so, and Genshin simply rode the wave to solidify its position in this highly lucrative market that it discovered. Now, Genshin has a fairly spotty track record when it comes to player appreciation. Who can forget about the infamous one-year anniversary it had in 2021, where players basically bullied MiHoYo into submission for 10
Your Limbus and Nikke, the story speak. Okay.
extra pulls. However, I don't believe it even mattered all that much in the end. The formula that the game had was rock solid, that a small piece of drama like that has no chance of shaking its foundations. You can dislike MiHoYo for their stingy tactics, but you cannot deny that their framework is what paved the way for future competitors to follow and maybe improve on. Releasing a new explorable region once a year with a fully voiced and animated storyline, great music, great atmosphere, and side content littered
Yeah.
throughout is kinda insane if you think about it.
I mean, then you see the actual side content, and it's just,
Best of all, they gave these out for free. You don't have to pay a monthly sub to unlock new content like some MMOs. You don't have a weird time gate that prevents you from consuming the new content unless you paid extra. You can actually see your investments when you do spend money on the game put to good use. It wasn't lining the pockets of some executives at
no, it still is lining the pockets. You see the amount of money they making? And how much they're asking for a single fucking character? You don't even get the full character? It's like, bruh. They do not need $400 per guaranteed character copy. And then double that if you want to add the weapon on top. And it's not even the complete character. They do not. You know?
Aniplex or something. Realistically, you can experience the full extent of its lore and world building for free, and the asking price is the optional gacha element to get more characters to expand your gameplay with. Their formula was effective, yes, but it wasn't a shortcut to success. You actually had to
Exactly.
create
It's like, okay, cool, you got some cute characters, some you have hot characters, you have some nice cutscenes that look amazing here and there. The actual gameplay is just,
a really high quality product and maintain it in a consistent.
I would say high perceived quality, not actually high quality. Perceived. I would add perceived in there.
Pace that satisfies players. It's something that only a more experienced team can accomplish. However, it did demonstrate that this formula can be extremely lucrative if it pays off, and thus opening the Pandora's box for this market of mobile games to go mainstream. You can actually see the lasting influence that Genshin's designs left on the market, primarily with its UI and monetization techniques. You'll get the sense that a lot of them have similar layouts, how the gacha rates are sorta similar, and how their update cycles are handled in around the same manner. That being said,
It's all because they know they can get away with it.
miHoYo never patented any of these ideas, so if the future games
Honestly, if they did, it probably would have been better. Because then no one else could freaking charge the same pricing.
can use the framework to create an even better job, I'd say go for it. With that being said, I still think it's worthwhile to point out that without this, you wouldn't have these. Now, given what
I
we-
wouldn't say so.
Now,
That's kind of bullshit.
without this,
This was already going to... Here's the thing, this thing already had demos and stuff. This thing was already a thing before Genshin even released. There was already... They already had tests in CN and stuff like that. It's just that it released a full year later in China. A full year later. But they had stuff already. You could find like really, really old ToF gameplay dated to before Genshin even released. So I wouldn't even say that. That said, it was going to be a completely different game before they pivoted certain things after the fact. So, not technically true. I mean, the same thing, he mentioned something as well. Enfield was apparently teased all the way back then, too. So that also contradicts his own thing there. But, you know. I mean, it depends on the game and what I want out of it. But generally speaking, gameplay over everything else, you know, is what I would value. Because, like, why am I even there in the first place?
you wouldn't have these. Now, given what we know about the currently released games and the upcoming ones in this niche, we know that a number of these titles with an open-world 3D anime formula will be joining the list. Now, not all of these games are fully focused on open-world elements, but some of them will have a sandbox or a commission-based system that set it apart. After all, you can't expect to create a complete replica of a game. There's still the matter of standing out and carving out a niche with.
I mean, for me, if all you have is the story and that's it, and I just want to skip through all the gameplay stuff, then I would rather just go watch a movie or TV show or read something instead. But then I'm just like, why even put it in the game if that's all it is? Like, I'd rather not even have it as a game anymore. That's me personally. And like at that point too, it's like, okay, why don't you just go watch it then? Go watch like gameplay recordings of it and that's it. If you don't care about anything else. Because like, at that point you're just losing the advantage of being a game. At that point. Especially if you're just looking for a linear story that everything's scripted and everything. You don't need the game anymore. But yeah. At least that's me personally.
Within the niche, so that people will have a chance to get a distinct experience for every game they play. It's also extremely important that despite using the same formula that Genshin originally pioneered, everyone plays games for different reasons. And while there should be a core framework that the game uses, mainly the open world bit, there are a lot of things a game can focus on. Some people want complex mechanics and difficult content.
Yeah, I'd like that too, but these gacha games are never gonna be a good place to get that. They're always gonna have issues in various different forms, especially when they can sell you more power. Because there's going to be a balance they're gonna try to strike to try to get you to spend more and more. And also, at the same time, when a lot of their content just boils down to the same recycled HP sponges in a stupid circle with a timer, it ain't worth it anymore. At the same time, too, it's like, what's the point of pulling for meta when, like, you're going to do it to go dump them in that thing? That stupid circle with a timer, and the freaking reward is dog shit. You gotta think about the actual relative cost there, too. You know, they don't give anywhere near enough to make it to it's the point where you would even break even. Even if you were to go get perfect clears using the same setup, it would take you literal decades to break even, so it's not even worth bothering or caring for. At least from a practical perspective.
And some just want to turn their brains off after a long day. Some want deep and rich stories and world building to get invested into, and some don't really care about the story all that much. Some want to have long-term satisfying grinds, and some just want to click a few buttons and be done for the day. All of these are valid approaches and reasons to play a certain game. What I'm trying to say is that a lot of these games can look fairly similar on the surface, especially when they're announced with their trailers. They may offer slightly different things that are not apparent on the first look. You might brush off Mongol Stardive as just another Genshin clone, but I'm saying that it's worthwhile to at least try it out to see if it really is just another clone, or does it offer something new. I have no doubt that
With what they've shown, it's just like, eh.
even more of these ambitious projects will continue to be released into the market. And
Honestly, not true. Depending on your game, you don't need a story. You know, have you ever seen someone complain about the story for Tetris? Would you really give a shit about a story for Tetris? But you go look at something like Super Mario. When was the last time someone complained about the story of Super Mario Bros? Where you just go through a bunch of stages, get to the end, and then you get to a castle and it says, thank you Mario, but the princess is another castle. And then you go beat the game and then you go get the princess, whatever. You know? There isn't really much story there. Does it matter? No. It really depends on the game and what you're trying to get out of it. Please, nah. Okay, like, you get the point though. Not everything needs a story. Right, a lot of the times, if the story's just an excuse to get you to go do things, fine. That's all it needs to be. It really just depends. You don't need to have anything super crazy or deep if it doesn't need to be that way.
And I'm curious to see if they can stand out in their identity, despite having so many options already out right now. Let's finally discuss the situation we have at hand. Regarding this emerging market in mobile gaming, I think everyone can agree on one thing. A monopoly in any industry is bad.
Okay, here's the thing, man. At least for me personally, I don't play any games on my phone. If I wanted to play games on my phone, I'm gonna be honest. You know what the competition here is? Literally any game that's ever released, all the way up to and including the Nintendo Switch, that I can just put it on an emulator. At least for me. Everything up until that point is fair game. Because at the end of the day, it's like if I'm gonna go pull up a game to play on my phone, if I wanted to, that's what I would have options with. It's not even just that. Well, let's say I had a subscription to a cloud gaming service, or what I'm currently working on is building my own cloud gaming machine. My own personal private cloud gaming machine. I'm waiting for some of the stuff for that to arrive still, but, you know, and then when we add that into the equation there, and then I have access to basically my entire PC game catalog on top. So it's just like, okay. So why would I want to play one of these games over one of those? At least that's for me personally. Because there's a lot more things out there. The reality is as well, I don't really like calling these and grouping these on their own. Because the way I see it is just, they are just games with the worst monetization system you could possibly have for them. Some are far worse than others at implementing it, but basically, that's what they are. Right? It's just a monetization system and nothing more. Like, it's kind of dumb to call gacha at this point, like, as its own genre, because at that point it's like, oh yes, what's your favorite genre? Don't tell me it's gambling. At that point, if it is, why not go play one of those virtual casino apps instead? At least that's my perspective on the whole thing. You know? And even then, it's like, okay, where does that put games like FIFA or whatever, with the things that they have, you can get the cards of the players or whatever. Or like, you know, Counter-Strike 2 or whatever, where you can get loot box crates as well. Where does that put that? You know, anything else with a loot box. Right? Or like trading cards, then they would all be together too. They should also be included. It'd only be fair.
It's bad for the consumers, and it's bad for the health of that industry. It allows that company...
Like, the reality is they're already bad for the consumer. Like, here's the thing, right? It's bad for the consumer. This part right here is already bad for the consumer. Let's be real. This part right there is already bad for the consumer. In what way does this benefit you as a consumer? In what way? I'd like an answer on that one. But, like, the problem is, here's the thing, right? Steam's monopoly is kind of funny because they're winning by having the best service out there. Like, the problem is everything that tries to compete with Steam, they end up just making a worse product and a worse service. So it's just like, why would I use the worst service when the better service is just there? They're not even at the same level of features and support that Steam is at. So like, it's in its own funny way where like, yes, you know, a monopoly in every industry is bad. The problem is there's nobody trying to actually compete with Steam. Right? Because like, the thing is, you look at what let's say Epic Game Store has to offer. Yes, they offer that free game you can claim every week or two. But you could also have Steam on the same machine at the same time. So you could just use both. It's not gonna take you away from that. At the same time too, if the price is the same on both places, and Steam has a way better customer support, I mean, you're gonna want to use Steam instead. Even then, you have the Steam community page tools as well. You know, if that doesn't exist on the Epic Game Store, Steam has that there. If you want to play your stuff on Linux, Steam has a native Linux client. They have Proton and stuff like that supported in there too. All that stuff is open source. If Epic Game Store wanted to do that, they could put it into their own, they could make a Linux client and support all that stuff too. But they don't. There is a way to get Epic Game Store games working on Linux, and that's through another third-party app, but that's even more hoops to jump through. Right? Like, they're not even trying to compete with Steam. Like, if you look at it that way, at least for the consumer. Because the better place to just buy your shit is going to be on Steam. Steam also has even better tools now for like developers to do handle regional pricing, and for some games on there, depending on where you live, they might be supported, so you can potentially get it cheaper there for people in certain countries. Because of that too, you get the Steam Marketplace and all that stuff. The Epic Games Store literally does not have any of that. So it's like, okay, where are you gonna buy your game from? If it's available in both places, they need to like at least get to feature parity first with Steam before they start complaining. At least that's my perspective and my opinion on there. They need to at least get to feature parity first. And like, they're still way far behind. Right, Epic Games Store only recently, like, not too long ago, added a cart, a shopping cart, on their storefront. Which is just crazy. It took them years to implement a fucking shopping cart. So it's just like, yeah. Why would I want to use the Epic Games Store? Why would I want to give them my money? I'll go give it to Steam when I want to buy a game there.
That holds the monopoly.
Right, like Steam also has a much better refund policy for the consumer. Right. By default, everyone gets at least a 2-hour playtime window to try something and return it. If there are issues. And depending on their issues, you might even get more than 2 hours. Because they manually review every single thing you send after the 2-hour period. If you send a ticket or whatever, they'll manually review your thing. But yeah.
Monopoly to treat their customers however they see fit, since there's no one to keep them in check. What if we were to apply the same logic to gacha?
Yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? Because part of the reason why Steam is so great, they're not publicly traded. So, Gabe Newell, who owns it, he gets to set a lot of the stuff that goes on in there. And they don't have to deal with shareholders, investors, and all that crap. Because everything is privately owned. They don't have to worry about hitting various different profit targets and everything. Oh, for sure. I agree with you there too. Comparing the Dota to the whole gacha community. Honestly, the whole gacha community should just die out. It's so fucking dumb, man. They're even more retarded than your fucking weird-ass console gamers fighting over stupid shit. And, like, here's the thing, at least those console fanboys or whatever, at least they have a plastic e-waste box. You know? What do the people in the freaking gacha community have? They have about as much stuff to defend or claim or whatever on as the NFT bros. If all they have is a fucking PNG or a JPEG or whatever of their wife or husband or whatever to show for it. You know? Like, come on, like, you think about it. At least the freaking console fanboys, at least they got their fucking e-waste box. E-waste machine. At least they have that. They physically have something. And that thing can have value and they could sell it to someone else. If they wanted to. And in the current market, it's even an appreciating asset. You look at the fucking PS5. PS5 Pro is gonna be $900 in a few days. The base PS5 without the disc drive is what, $600? $650 for the disc drive? Right? And the shit was supposed to be $400 for the base PS5 back, you know, 5.5 years ago. $550. not 550, 450 or whatever for the one with the disc drive, and that $900 PS5 Pro doesn't even come with a disc drive. You gotta spend another $80 for the disc drive. Like, at least those guys, at least they have something to show for it. At least they got something. Right, that's infinitely more than these fucking gotcha gamers. At least they got something. But yeah. Either way, the whole thing with the tribalism and everything, it needs to die out. Here's the thing that people don't realize. They want all this tribalism and all this other stuff. These companies want it on purpose. Because the whole goal is to make it, to have it so their end consumers to treat the stuff in these games as if they were like the idol industry. There's like an actual quote from Wei, you know, the CEO or whatever from Hoyo, back before Genshin released, and he had an interview with one of the app stores. I believe it was the Japanese like iOS app store, right? For the iPhone. And they mentioned that their goal is to have their players or their users treat their IPs or their characters as virtual idols or something like that when you translate it. Basically, you know, if you look at the idol culture in places like China, South Korea, and Japan, especially, and how deranged a lot of the people there can be, and how they treat certain things, they want that type of behavior on their overall user base. This is basically what they want, and to some extent they have it. To some extent. And that's basically their goal there. Because, realistically speaking, you think about it. How else are you gonna convince someone to go spend, you know, $400+ US on 1/7 of a character kit? Double that for their weapon or whatever. You know? If you've seen some of the mindset of a lot of those users, especially the crazier whales in some of these, you know, it starts to make more sense there. You don't even, you know, get to freaking season 3. Was it like the first few episodes of Oshinoko already show how bad it is? You don't even need to get that far. Like the freaking start, like after like what, the first like 2-3 episodes, it already shows that it's fucked up. But yeah. And don't forget, a certain angry bald man almost clogged the street. Yeah. I mean, there were, like, I remember the first time I heard about Genshin was because some dude got crazy and destroyed a fucking PS4 over it. Some dude smashed a PS4. He bought a PS4 and filmed himself smashing it. Some Chinese dude. That's kind of the thing there. Like I get it, the PS4 is an e-waste box. But like, it still has a lot of uses. And someone else could have used that to go play some games or whatever on it. And the dude just smashed a PS4 over it. But yeah. Yeah, it's wild, but that's the thing, you know? You gotta have people in that mental state to be willing to spend crazy amounts of money for things. That's how you get them. Especially when it's not like some actual tool or utility or whatever that has an actual real world use or whatever. Because, you know, even as much as we'd like to complain or poke fun at how fucked up stuff is, like, you know, how $1,000 kits of, like, 64 gigabyte kits of RAM for like $1,000 or whatever at this point with the current market. The thing is, that RAM, it has so much uses to do so many things. It's actually useful. Same deal with the fucking 5090. That now, like, even that freaking MSI Lightning one that was sold for like $50, $90 US dollars. That thing could be used as a tool for all sorts of stuff. You could do like a lot of video work, you could do 3D modeling, rendering, you could run freaking AI models or whatever on it. Or if you run some sort of application that can make use of CUDA or whatever. That's an actual tool that you can get that could make you money. It's not just a freaking thing that you slot into a computer that draws 600 plus watts on its own to go play video games. It's also a fucking tool that has an actual use. But yeah, when you think about it, it is crazy where, like, even we put that aside, like, the MSRP of a 5090 is cheaper than getting a full gacha character kit in a lot of these games, you know? You know, 7 copies of $400 or whatever. You multiply that across, that's more expensive than that $2,000 MSRP of a 59 for the 5090. Heck, before the whole RAM shortage and everything, you could get a full PC with the 5090 built and maxed out and up and running for less than a maxed out character plus their signature weapon maxed out in a lot of these gacha games. You know, you gotta let that sink in, that amount of money. It's pretty crazy when you think about it.
Gacha games. Let's say the almighty Gacha X swoops in and takes everyone's players away. Maybe it is just a better product and didn't achieve that through any means of trickery. Now let's imagine that everyone just unanimously agreed that Gacha X should be the one and only game to play, so they leave whatever their game is and only choose to play that one.
I mean, if you don't like the game, just don't play the game. There's literally hundreds of thousands of games you could be playing. There are literally thousands of all kinds. At the end of the day, it's just a monetization model. That's all. You can buy the whole AoE, yeah, the whole series of AoE, yep, and it's still cheaper. It is. Yep. You could buy a lot of stuff, and it'd still be cheaper. Right, like, a lot of people just haven't let that sink in or whatever. It's pretty crazy.
The result is that no other gacha game except Gacha X shuts down due to lack of funding, and this single title reigns supreme over everyone else. Now that it's got no competitors, what might be...
I mean, that depends on you, because, like, again, for me, it's like, I could play this game, or I could literally just go play hundreds, if not thousands of other games. I literally have, like, if I just look at my PC games alone, I literally have, like, 800 plus games across Steam, GOG, Epic Games Store, and stuff. But then if I add also console games I own and on emulators and stuff like that I could play, you know, we're into the thousands easily. And it's like, yeah, I could play all those too. The reality is I'm never gonna play all the games that I have before I die. That's just never gonna happen. That's impossible. Even if I was to play games 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 and a quarter days in a year, right? Like, even if I was to do that, I will be long dead before I even get anywhere near, you know, like, half of it. Not even that, like, a quarter of it. Like, I will die before that happens. Like, let's be real. Especially with how long some of these games are. It's just straight up impossible. But, you know, it is what it is there. And that's just how I look at it. So for me, instead, it's like, I need some other incentive to even bother with a lot of these games. I need something else. And there needs to be something there for me to want to at least tolerate some of the stuff in them, especially the way they're structured and the worst parts of being a live service, because these games have the worst parts of a live service game without really any much of benefit to the end user player, at least from what I've seen from them. Over, again, touching that backlog of mine. And it's hard. Like, it is hard, man.
Be a logical thing for the executives of Gacha X to do now that there's no one standing in the way of their conquest. Well, naturally, they would sneakily jack up the prices and the aggressiveness of its monetization.
I mean, they're already pretty jacked up and they're already pretty aggressive with their monetization. Some are far worse than others, but, you know, when you think about it, even if you're just looking at the cost of a single individual character in some of these, well, and not just some of these, most of these, you know, and we're looking like the character plus the weapon, easy $500, $600 or whatever. Like, that's a lot of money there, and it's not even the full complete character, not even their full complete weapon or whatever in a lot of these games. That's a lot of money to consider and look out there. That's a lot. And there's a lot of things you could do with that, you know, $600 or whatever. There's a lot you can do. You know, like, to put things into perspective there, you can, like, find, like, cases of packet ramen for, like, 25 cents per piece, per packet. You think about it, $600 to find that by, you know, multiple cases of that. That's literally like 2,400 cases, like 2,400 servings of instant ramen. If you think about it that way, in those terms, that's like for just one character copy in a lot of these games. That's like literally like 2,400 packets of ramen. Which is kind of nuts. Like, it is kind of nuts when you think about it. It's just like, does it really need to cost that much?
I mean, where else are you gonna go? It's my way or the highway.
I mean, where else am I gonna go? I mean, there is literally decades upon decades of games I could be playing. Like, instead, I have a lot of options.
Wait, you better suck it up and keep playing, because there's no other game in town. In an
Maybe there's no other game in town. There's literally thousands of other games in town. Some of them just might be a lot older than others.
ideal world, every player would welcome any new additions to the same gaming niche they occupy, and treat each new game as a new member of a bigger family. However, the reality is not that. The world can be a turbulent place right now, and many find reprieve in finding meaning in being part of a virtual community, guarding over the place that they will call a second home. In many cases, they have made the game part of their personality, so any critiques you make against the game will feel like an attack on them as a person. In addition, any new entries to the gacha market will feel like a threat to the game they've already gotten attached onto. And so they will unrelentingly push back against any narrative that the new game in town might be better in any way. I'll tell you how I see this. The companies that run these games are businesses, and you're the consumer. That's all your relationship with these games
That's what it should be.
will ever amount to. Of course, many of these games are really good products, and I'm okay with endorsing them. With the open world gachas being the biggest in this market, the problem of tribalism is magnified more than usual.
I don't know, calling it good is very subjective. Yeah. It's very subjective there. Because again, a lot of it is just what you perceive versus what they are. Again, like, a lot of them, again, they're just compared in a vacuum amongst themselves and not against the broader reality of just all the other games that exist out there. Like, here's the thing, right? Let's say we take Enfield as an example. As a factory game, literally on the Steam sale that we had recently, there was a factory game that went as low as $1. As a factory game, that $1 game on that Steam sale, infinitely better and infinitely more stuff to do for a factory game than what's currently in Enfield right now. Right, that game was Shapes. They have a sequel that costs a lot more than that. That one's also a great game, but yeah, the same time too. Let's say you like the delivery part thingy there in Enfield or whatever, doing that every day. I mean, you could go get like the Death Stranding 1 off a key site for like $10. And it will give you a way better gameplay of that. It's just another example there. And then we just got the PC port of Death Stranding 2 not too long ago as well. You know, here's the thing. Let's say I was to go buy all of those, that would still be cheaper than getting to your 120 pulls to go pull a fucking gacha character. Right? To go guarantee the whatever is the rate up at the time. Currently we got Rossi up, but you know it would cost like what $300 worth of top ups. It's just to get 120 pulls to guarantee one copy of Rossi. At the same time, it's like, hey, I could buy Death Stranding 1, Death Stranding 2, and then I could literally go and buy, let's see, I could probably go buy freaking Satisfactory. I could go buy Shapes. I could go buy Factorio. Right. And, you know, as an example, and then I'd still have $100 left. And that's without the sale right now. I could literally go buy a bunch of games that do various aspects of Enfield infinitely better. And I can apply this logic to all these other types of games as well. You know? If that's what I'm after. So again, it just really depends on what you value there. It really depends.
There are plenty of bots and online influencers that will gladly profit off your emotional vulnerabilities by pushing a one-sided narrative that one game is better than another. We're actually seeing a pretty big example of this unfolding right now, or I guess infolding would be a better term.
Okay.
Love and Deep Space currently has a stranglehold in the female-oriented gacha games niche.
Yep.
No other title even comes close to the degree of quality and fidelity it has. Now, just like how Genshin first opened the way for gacha games to go mainstream, Love and Deep Space has basically done the same thing, just from a different angle. At its core, I think the company behind it should be commended and rewarded for discovering such a big hit inside of the market. However, due to the fact that Love and Deep Space realistically has no competitor that can threaten them to a significant degree, Enfold can really just do whatever they want.
Yeah.
Pricier cosmetics and gacha rates, or more aggressive player retention techniques.
I mean, they're already pretty pricey again. Reality is, regardless of what he's saying, this is never good for the end consumer. And I'm gonna be honest here, this is gonna be another hot take or my perspective on things. I don't think it's right to call any of these games free to play. For what they are, because the reality is, that just describes the player and not the actual nature of the way these games are set up. Like, what's something I remember is, like, way back when Nintendo started doing this type of stuff, they actually had a different term that they used to describe all their like, quote-unquote free-to-play games. They were doing this way back even on the 3DS. They had, like, these Kirby fighter spin-off things. They called their games instead free to start, not free to play. And honestly, I feel like that is a better description of the overall landscape and just the reality of the stuff in these. Especially when you consider just how painful it is to go and get anything done if you aren't getting compensated in some other way, or getting boosted in some other way if you're not swiping. But yeah, I still don't think you should call it free to play. Free to start is a lot more indicative of what these games are. I mean, what, didn't you send me a video like a couple months back where like you had some guy who was playing Limbus and comparing all the aspects of Limbus to how they treated customers at the casino that the guy worked at? And like, the reality is, some of the practices in a lot of these gacha games, they're actually a lot worse than what you could get in terms of odds than going to a fucking casino. You know, like, going to a casino, walking up to the roulette table, your odds of winning if you put all your money on black is like, what, 48%? Because, like, 48% of the tiles would be black on that roulette table. The other 48% is red, and then, yeah. You still have less than 50% chance to win, but you're far more likely to win off a single spin there. Like, several times more than the rates for a lot of the getting the fucking character in a lot of these games. When you think about it. And this is one example. You have things as well where, like, oh cool, you know, with like Wuthering Waves you can go infinitely grind your echoes or whatever, but then it's like this. Okay, well, let's say you can infinitely grind them. What's the math on the fucking substats? You know the probability is, what's your probability of getting a specific group of substats when you have 13 possible substats you can have? And then even then, we'll look at the other part. Those substats can roll in a range. And again, you can apply this to a lot of these other ones as well that have random substat values. You can find a lot of data out there on your actual chance of getting the max roll. With Wuthering Waves, it's around like 2% from what I saw on like the wiki to get a single max roll. So basically, you're rolling a 1 out of 50, but you have 5 substats on a piece of gear. What's your odds of rolling 1 out of 50 5 times in a row to get a single perfect maxed out piece? Spoilers, it's 1 in 312 million. To roll it 5 times in a row with those odds. It's terrible, but they do this stuff on purpose to keep you there forever. Because the average person will not think about that stuff and doesn't understand probability or game theory. Heck, they don't teach it in schools. They don't really teach it in schools either. But yeah, it is what it is. It is designed out there to get you to do it over and over and over again, get you coming back. The reality is, you're far more likely to go buy a lottery ticket and win the jackpot and become a multi-millionaire than you are to actually get that sorted out. And your odds of winning the lottery is extremely low. Like, where I live, you got like Lotto 649 as like one of like the main big government lottos or whatever with like multi-million-dollar jackpots where I live. And for that one to work, you have to guess 6 numbers between 1 and 49. They have to be different. Your odds of getting that done is like, you know, 1 in 14, 1 in 15 million odds. That's still more than 20 times more likely to happen than rolling 1 out of 50 5 times in a row. It's rigged everywhere, or rather, I don't know about it being rigged, or the fact that the stats are just so low that you should never even expect to win anyways. Because you think about it, like 1 in 15 million odds. You know, that's 1 in 15 million. Those are extremely low odds. But yeah. That's just how it is.
I mean, if you want a similar experience...
And then again, it's like what you said here, you don't spend money other than $11.99, whatever, $12. I mean, here it is again, you said you spend $12. You spend $12, that's not free to play. You were free to start it, and then you spend $12. That ain't free to play, that's free to start.
With actual semi-complex action gameplay and a dating sim with some extremely high-fidelity graphics, where else are you gonna go? It's just weird that despite the game clearly showing the overwhelming success in this niche, no other company has even seriously tried to break in. However, when the Love and Deep Space Killer eventually releases, you bet that there will be a war of tribalism that will happen, just like the
Well, yeah, because it's literally set up that way. The way the game is set up. Love in Deep Space gives you the fucking boyfriend experience there. The amount of shit that thing will track of you is really, really crazy. Just how parasocial and everything the whole thing is. And like, that's kind of the whole point there.
the one we're seeing right now with the mainstream gachas.
Yeah, in mine they can declare an anonymous win, but the government officials will pocket the money. Of course they will.
So here's something I think everyone needs to hear, regardless of what kind of game you play. If you don't like a certain game or company for whatever reason, that's perfectly fine. What is important to understand is that when you're currently playing a gacha game and another game or company is suddenly doing very well, even if you don't like them, that's actually a net positive for you.
No,
When
it's
there's
not.
competition, it's
I wouldn't say it's a net positive. It doesn't do anything. Like, it really doesn't do anything for me. Oh boy, you know, they're making a bunch of money. You know, what does some random ass company making hundreds of millions of dollars because a bunch of suckers are paying, you know, $400+ per guaranteed character copy in a game during a single big patch of the year or whatever? How would that affect me? Why would that matter to me? That money ain't going my way. You know, that money is like what? It's going to the payment processors, going to whatever app store it was bought off, like, we went through, and then whatever government they're paying out the taxes to off of that sale as well for sales taxes. Those guys are all benefiting, but not you. Why should you care? Right? It's like, why should you care?
generally a good thing for consumers. You have more choice. You have more options.
But if you already didn't want the choice, then you don't even have the choice. If your choice is gonna be no, then what difference does it make if it's still going to be no?
And you get to be more picky about which game to sink your time and money into. After all, would you rather run into the problem of having too few choices or too many choices?
I mean, I already have too many choices. They just happen not to be live service gacha slop.
As said before, the original model that Genshin came up with is unique in that you actually have to create a good product in order to succeed.
A perceived good product. I wouldn't say actually good product. I wouldn't say actually good product. Perceived, sure. It's all subjective. It depends on who's looking at it at the end of the day. Again, like, I remember when Genshin came out, you had all sorts of people playing it. You had people who would stream all sorts of other stuff outside of just playing only gacha games or whatever, posting content on that. Yeah, like everyone playing it. Part of it was because literally everything was cancelled during COVID and all that other stuff. But where did all those guys go? Yeah, they're all gone now.
Which is something that takes real skill to accomplish. When certain companies prove to the market that they can do a better job at something, naturally they would be rewarded for it. And so competition within the market creates more incentives for companies to improve upon their game, to be better than the other options. Let's say that in response to saying the competitor get more spotlight, the company that's making the game you like now gives out a bunch of free rewards to try matching the generosity.
Again, like, all the prices for all the stuff in these things, you know, there's no real scarcity or anything. They set the prices and they just ask whatever they ask because they know they can get away with it. Again, it's like, you gotta question yourself. You know, why is it okay for them to ask for upwards of $400+ in some cases for a lot of these for a single copy of a character kit? And it's not even the full kit, because they then lock 6 more effects or passives or whatever behind duplicates, and then they don't even come with the weapons to use the character. And that's another thing that you gotta account for. And even then, you just get one copy of the weapon, you don't have the full value of the weapon passive, because they want you to get 4 more copies or whatever to max it out to get a stronger version of that. Like, how is that good for you as a consumer? You know, how is that good? But yeah, that's just my whole stance on this whole thing. How is it?
Or quality of its competitor. And now you have a better experience of playing your favorite game by doing nothing. What I'm trying to say is that you have nothing to gain by praying for the downfall of another game.
I mean, that depends. Because, honestly, depending on how they would handle a closure or an end of service type of deal, it could be the best thing that could ever happen for the end consumer for playing that game. When Mega Man X Dive went end of service, they ended up just re-releasing the entire game with all of its content, fully playable, all the bullshit removed, and readjusted all the content there for like $20. X Dive Offline. Nintendo did something similar with the Animal Crossing Pocket Camp thing. You could just buy the complete game with all the content for the mobile Animal Crossing game and play that if you were into that game. It really depends, because sometimes for the actual end user consumer, it is the best thing that could happen. It all depends on how they want to salvage the whole thing going down. Again, a lot of the stuff in here is, again, it's what you perceive here. And the whole thing here, all these arguments and everything, is very subjective. Now, consumers don't benefit from play-to-earn crypto games either, man. Play-to-earn crypto games are a pure scam. They're basically like a Ponzi scheme disguised behind a game in quotation marks. Those are also a scam. The only people that actually make money off of those are the people that get in very early and leave and sell everything off really quickly. By the time you hear about them, you're already at a losing position. You'll make more money looking off of like weird freaking websites where you just click a bunch of ads. You'll make way more money that way than you'll ever will with those play-to-earn crypto games. Which I don't recommend anyone do either, because that's a whole other can of worms and problems that you're just opening yourself up to.
Game that you don't like. On the contrary, I think there's a lot of benefit in adapting the mentality that you should want a competitor to start gaining more ground, because it motivates the game you like to be even better than what it already is.
I mean, again, that all depends on how much they actually care, and if the thing is, they're making so much money anyways, why should they care? Why would they care? They're just gonna keep printing more money regardless, when they know they can get away with something. Especially when the reality is, for the most part, a lot of these companies are literally just doing a slight undercut over each other and not really changing anything.
Is succeed even harder, so my game will treat me better.
I mean, you want to get treated better, you gotta be in a position where you're not just a regular end user playing the game, and you're in a position where you're getting sponsored or getting other stuff for the game handed out to you. That's the only way you'll actually get treated better. But yeah. Yeah, it's worse when people think it's cheaper to play motorcycle on the internet than a real one. Meanwhile, it's like, if you have a real motorcycle, you actually have a vehicle that you can use to go drive or ride around to get to places and do things with. You know.
If the developers already treat you very well, better than the competition, well, that's a win for you as well. Again, you now have a better experience by doing nothing. But do you know what's not a good scenario for you? What isn't a win is if one game monopolizes the whole market, because by then there will be no competitors to keep a game accountable if they go over the edge.
I mean, again, it's just like... that's impossible to happen because, again, we literally have thousands upon thousands upon thousands of games out there that you could play. If you don't like one game, there are literally thousands of others out there to look through. Especially if you just look past having to be a live service slop fest.
And start treating its players poorly. The only winner here is the developer, who now has no reason to improve the game. However, given all this though, there is one possible nuance I want to bring up before closing the discussion. The thing about open worlds is that it's very easy to give off the impression that it's a big game with all sorts of content you can do. However, it's also worth keeping in mind that a big game may not be what everyone wants. Let's also face an ugly but unavoidable truth. Maintaining a live service game can take up a good chunk of your time when you want to fully clear its content to max out on your enjoyment or in-game rewards. Considering that the 6-week update schedule has more or less been normalized, new content being delivered at that pace is no easy feat, even on the consumer side. You would have new content to look forward to quite often. You can probably play like 2 or 3 of these if you happen to have a lot of time on your hands, but approaching 4, 5, or 6, that's pushing it. You either have to lose out on certain events or take breaks every now and then. Everyone will have finite time for hobbies, and when the number of options in the same market begins to bloat, you'll have to make some choices. Do I stop playing a game for now in order to focus on another? Trying to maintain every single one of these games as they come out is extremely unrealistic, and will probably burn you out if you tried it. This means as studios join this market, they will eventually reach a breaking point that due to the finite amount of players that can exist at any point, some games that either don't offer much new things or those that stick to too safe of a formula will eventually be forced to face the reality.
I mean, like, for me personally, I would much rather all of these things just come out as just full regular games. You just buy the game, you get all the content. And if they want to have DLC expansions, go sell it to me later when they're ready. I would much prefer that, and then just play the thing at my own pace. Because, again, part of the problem, too, is, like, a lot of these, again, you're logging in 15, 20, 30 minutes a day to go do your freaking daily chores, your same fucking boring-ass shit. Daily chores over and over and over again. You're just, like, clocking into work, so to speak, for each of them. And when you add that up, I'll add up all that time over the course of, let's say, a month, you know, 30 days times 30 minutes. You know, we're looking at, like, what, 3,600? Not 3,600, 900 hours, 900 minutes, my mistake. Freaking, half asleep here. Yeah, we're looking at freaking 900 minutes. How much is 900 minutes, you know? 900 minutes is 15 hours. That's 15 hours out of your whole month sucked away by one of these. And that's 15 hours you could have spent doing literally anything else. Right? And then again, same with like some of the freaking tedious menial task event stuff in these. Again, for being a live service. Because a lot of these are mostly single player games, and that's what makes it even harder for me to even bother with a lot of them. Is like, you already have the worst possible the worst possible monetization you can have for a game. You then have the live service debuff by basically being, you know, a 90% chore simulator to get drip-fed resources to keep the stuff going. Right? And then it's the same thing with like events, FOMO crap that you're stuck dealing with there. So you also can't do the stuff in the game at your own pace. And then when you stack all of it together, it's just really painful. It just sucks overall. Again, that's like a lot of time I could have spent, or you could spend, or whatever, doing literally anything else with your life. But yeah, either Firelord Zuko. Welcome, welcome. We're just doing some reacts here. And like right now we're looking at it's just one of the videos I was sent about the whole open world gacha game conundrum. and going over that here.
That not everyone can play every game that comes out. Despite this, I think this is a good...
But then again, it's like the other thing too with what I was saying. It's like the opportunity cost of also being able to go play something else with your own time too. You only have so much time out there, but let's say you have, I don't know, 2 of these games running, and you just look at it, just spending your time spent doing your daily upkeep of dailies and chores on there. In a month, that's already 30 hours of your life just gone. 30 hours just for 2 of them. Over the course of 30 days. You know. That's time you'll never get back, but it's also time you could have used to go do literally anything else too. And then the more you add on top of that, the worse it gets.
Problem to have, at least for consumers. The formula is still there, except now, from the perspective of developers, you have to put in your unique spin on it to separate your work from the crowd. It pushes developers to make even more creative endeavors to stand out, since if they don't, they'll naturally be churned out in this saturating market. I think the worry that the gacha market will be filled up with slop games that copy the same
I mean, they already are. It already is.
theme and tones as the ones before it isn't too big of an issue, since people will be more critical against the games that don't provide the experience on the same level as the ones before it or put some innovation behind it. Again, it's hard to argue against the notion that having too many choices is worse than not having any choices at all. If you ask me, this is the best state that gacha gaming has been in. I'm gonna end the discussion by saying something that may sound a little uncomfortable. You don't owe anything to the company that you're playing their game for, and they don't owe you anything. Gaming is a hobby. A video game cannot and should not be part of your personality or identity. If you want to support a game with your time and money, then there's nothing wrong with that. As a customer, you are supporting a good product that has brought a lot of value to you. At the end of it all, I think you should be choosy in which video game to play. So with the expanding catalog of free games you have at your disposal, I think there's a lot of value to shop around and try out as many as you can. So I say this again. No, I don't think the gacha gaming space has too many open world type games. On the contrary, make more of them.
I mean, sure, just stop with the same slop in all of them. Not the way they are right now.
Thank you for joining
though.
me today on this discussion video. Let me know what you think of the matter down below. If you want to catch more discussions and reviews on gacha games, subscribe to the channel.
Okay.
I'll be doing a review on Azur Lane and maybe Granblue Fantasy for some old school gacha action, so stick around for that. You can support what I do for...
Alright, we're done with that video. I'll probably cut that up and re-upload it later, later after the stream or whatever, on my channel. Yeah, again, like he's stuck looking at all of these things in a vacuum and forgetting everything else out there. Right, he's just looking at everything just isolated in a vacuum. Honestly, like, 1 is too many already. 1 is already too many. I'm gonna be honest here. 1 is already too many. Again, like, to me, gacha is not a genre, it's a monetization model. Calling it a genre is like saying, like, if someone says they like a gacha games or whatever, it's like saying, okay, if they were to say that's their favorite genre of gaming, what's that? Your favorite genre is gambling? Go to a fucking casino then, if that's all you want to do. You'll get way more out of it there. But I'd also tell them first, go seek help. Like, actually go seek help if that's how you are. You need to seek help. Yeah, with how a lot of them are just set up, I'm kind of sick of them too. I agree with you there, because a lot of them are just the same boring shit. Okay, what else was sent to me? Alright, we can mark that off. But yeah, I haven't looked through this thing in a long while. You guys sent me a lot of stuff for the past couple of weeks. What's this? Pricing for Pokemon Champions has been confirmed. $10 a starter pack? Okay, what you got? Bro, you only get 30 box space by default, the fuck? And then you go from 30 to 80. Right, free to play they say, but it's like more like free to start. Because like, having only 30 spots in your box is very limiting. Okay, you're in 50 trainer tickets. And 30 quick tickets? Okay, sure. A free battle pass. Yeah, every battle pass in all these games have a free track. Okay, cool. And then the premium track is $7. Okay. And then they have like some sort of membership for $50 a year. Sure. Where you get more box space. You can have more battle teams usable at a single time, and then you get extra perks, I guess. Okay. Yeah, like, if all it has is a gacha, you got a problem if that's the reason why you check it out. You got a fucking problem if that's what you're after. You gotta seek help. What is this? The Final Fantasy VIII fans, you feel like your game is ignored, you wonder why it has less mods than 7 and 9? Well, I'm happy to announce that Sunomods broke through a modding barrier yesterday. Oh nice, that's cool. Did they like decompile the code or something? Alright, you know, we'll just scroll all the way up and then go down from there. How far back do we have to go? I haven't checked this stuff in a long ass time. You guys send me so much. Yeah, I already heard about this. This is old news. Chuck Norris died. Nah, he went to go play. No, he's just looking to play New Game Plus. You know, he's just out to play New Game Plus, whatever. He needs to be God's bodyguard or something. That's why. Damn, this is like... So we're like here. What is this one? Goober CEO loses big time. What is this? Alright, let me just put that into my browser here.
Holy smoke.
Okay. Where is it?
Folks, if you felt the ground shaking beneath your feet earlier today, it wasn't an earthquake.
Is this...
It was the
What was this
CEO
one
of
for?
Crafton getting his cheeks clapped
Oh,
by a
Crafton
judge.
CEO.
What
Of
a
course.
biblical smackdown. He got good douche.
Damn.
He looks like a full-blown fool here, an absolute clown. Before diving into the spaghetti and the meatballs of this wacky meal that's been served up here, I'll at least give you the lore for those that don't know. Crafton is the publisher behind Subnautica.
Yeah, Subnautica,
I'm
yeah.
confident most of you have heard of that game. It is a massive title, and the sequel, Subnautica 2, is a highly anticipated release. And last year, there was some serious turmoil, some big-time controversy. Crafton dramatically fired Unknown Worlds CEO Ted Gill. Unknown Worlds is the developer of Subnautica, as well as other senior team members. And Crafton also said that the game's launch had been delayed, something it blamed on Gill. Even though its team had been working towards an early access release that would have seen them eligible for a $250 million bonus. This was part of their deal. There were certain milestones that they would need to hit, and they were working towards achieving those goals to secure the $250 million bonus. Gill and his former teammates immediately launched a lawsuit after all of that, suggesting that they were outed to avoid that bonus from being paid to them. And Crafton hit back and said the staff had resorted to litigation to demand a multi-million-dollar payout they haven't earned. And then accused the staff it fired of having stolen documents in anticipation of the subsequent legal action, muddying the waters over their exit. I covered this last year as the lawsuit was popping off, and I said,
I heard
and I
about it
still
last
think
year.
it's true now, Crafton's argument is fucking nonsensical. You would have to be hitting whippets for this to be passing the smell test, because this is ridiculous. The claim is basically that the people who stood to potentially gain $250 million all collectively just decided to stop working on their game. They just said, fiddlesticks, actually. Bunch of horseradish. I'm just gonna go ahead and not do this job anymore that could net me 250 million clams.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
In what universe would that happen? Crafton's basically saying, like, oh yeah, they stopped caring about the game, they stopped putting any effort in the game and working on it. They just all of them just said $250 million can go right up my ass. Right up my ass. So we had to let them go, we had to fire them, they weren't working. That is mind-boggling to me. That's very peculiar. So you're telling me the people that have developed Subnautica, working hard on Subnautica 2, when incentivized to the tune of $250 million, all said, oh, that's a straw that breaks camel's back. Don't want to work anymore now. No. I'm going to sit here with my arms crossed and I'm done with this now. I don't want the $250
Yeah, $250 million is a very big carrot on a stick.
I believe their side of things here, where it seems like Crafton was trying to wiggle their way out of this massive bonus that had been written up now, that they would have to be held to, because this is now a very crucial part of the deal. And it seems like they started sweating, panicking, because that is a lot of doubloons coming out of the old piggy bank there. So it does feel like they desperately tried to find a way to weasel their way out of having to pay that $250 million, thus opening themselves up to this lawsuit. And now, fast forward to today, and we're seeing not looking super great on the Crafton side of things here. Let's start with the silliest little nugget that's been squeaked out from this case, and I hope you've got your spitballs ready, because this one's a doozy. So the Crafton CEO allegedly was trying to brainstorm with ChatGPT how to wiggle his way out of paying this big amount, because he was unsatisfied with the contract Crafton signed. So Crafton created a secret task force called Project X. Incredible name, by the way. Very exciting. I can't wait for the huge house party Crafton CEO throws to celebrate how the lawsuit's going. Whose mandate was simple. Either make a deal with the founders on the earnout or execute a takeover of Unknown Worlds. When the founders refused to accede to Crafton's demands, Crafton pulled the trigger.
Yeah, like this whole thing is crazy.
Crafton's global head of corporate development told Kim that it seems to be highly likely that the earnout will still be paid if the sales goal is achieved regardless of the dismissal with cause. Kim turned to artificial intelligence to help him brainstorm ways to avoid paying the earnout. ChatGPT likewise advised that it would be difficult to cancel the earnout. So even ChatGPT's not on his side, so then he probably went to fucking Grok or something.
Yeah, of course.
Can you put Ted Gill in a bikini and then teach me how to avoid paying him the money? Co-founders allege that Crafton refused to produce the ChatGPT conversations, later claiming they no longer exist. Also, another fun fumble here from Crafton was their last-ditch, desperate Hail Mary allegation against the former developers, where they suggested that the ousted staff had referenced racist views towards Korea and Korean people, due to a note submitted by Owen Mahoney, the CEO and president of rival South Korean video game company Nexon. Now, I hadn't heard that claim before, so I looked into it, and Jiminy Christmas, what a swing and a miss. I don't know who Crafton hired for their legal counsel here, but they did not call Saul Goodman. They fucking called Paul Foodman or something, because they are really not doing a good job here. Because it turns out what this is referencing is Charlie Cleveland, one of the key staff that was let go, wrote down a note that was a transcription of advice from other people. So it's literally nothing he even said, by the way, and that's exactly what he made clear. So these are not my words. These are all transcriptions from what we were advised to do, like these are words coming out of two other people's mouths, not mine. Again, every single word, as far as I know in this document, is something that Owen said, not what I said.
Okay.
I'm writing down what Owen told us, so it has nothing to do with my opinions at all. So they put this fucking note in front of me. He's like, "You're racist, aren't you? We got them, they're racist. We knew it. Alright, we win, right? Slam dunk.
I don't know, man.
But shockingly, that didn't
go
as smooth as they would have liked it to. And ultimately, it's led to what is just unfolded here now, where, I know they're really steaming about what the judge ordered. Judge declared that Gill is hereby reinstated as CEO of Unknown Worlds. The
Damn.
judge found that Krafton had breached the EPA by terminating the key employees without valid cause and by improperly seizing operational control of Unknown Worlds. As a result, the board decision on July 1st, at which Krafton fired the founders, took over control of Unknown Worlds, and delayed Subnautica 2, has been declared ineffective to the extent it infringes on Guild's operational control right. Krafton must immediately restore Guild's access to the Steam platform and is not allowed to impede Guild's authority over the early access launch of Subnautica 2. As for the 250 million sales bonus for the development team, the judge extended the eligibility period to September 15th and noted the co-founders have a contractual right to further extend this to March 15th,
Damn.
2027.
That's crazy.
I feel like I can actually hear Krafton CEO furiously typing the chat GPT right now about how to overrule a judge. Oh my goodness gracious heavens to Betsy. Now, I'll get this out of the way.
Well, they use it to lose.
This isn't the end of this entire case. There is still a little bit more that's out there. However, this was a triumphant W. The judge came in there and delivered a 619 right to the noodle of Krafton. And again, I know he went tail tucked between his legs right back to the keyboard to ask ChatGPT how to unfuck his butt. Like, my goodness. Like, this is about as happy an ending as you can get, even though it's not fully over. Not only is Gil back as the CEO of Unknown Worlds, but Krafton can now no longer impede his operational control over Subnautica. So they can't get in his way anymore.
Damn.
So now, if Krafton CEO decides to, you know, take a little peek into the offices, he's gonna just be there fucking fuming, like, you know, like, they'd have to put him in a straitjacket so he didn't just go over there and start, like, trying to strangle Gil to stop him from working on the game to protect the $250 million bonus. Like, it is actually incredible. He not only gets his position back, but the $250 million bonus is once again back on the table. And based on all available information, I'm pretty confident they will hit the milestones required to activate that and earn the 250 mil, especially with the extension and stuff. So this is just a great outcome across the board here. Like, really good stuff. And Krafton, oh, they're being such good sports about it, they released a statement too, wouldn't you believe it? Krafton puts players at the heart of every decision, and that will never change. Over the past several months, Krafton and the Unknown Worlds team have worked tirelessly to strengthen the game and prepare it for an early access release, with a continued focus on delivering the best possible experience for the Subnautica community. We look forward to pushing out the newly updated version as soon as possible for players. While we respectfully disagree with today's ruling, we are evaluating our options as we determine our path forward. Today's ruling does not resolve the former executive's claim for damages or an earnout related to Subnautica 2, with further litigation still pending. In the meantime, Krafton's immediate focus remains unchanged, delivering the best possible game to Subnautica fans. Yeah, you can really feel the love. You can really get the sense that Krafton puts players at the heart of every decision, which is why they tried to fuck the developers up here, at the cost of the quality of the game, mind you, in order to try and save the $250 million that they had already agreed to as part of the negotiations. Yeah, Krafton really values the quality of the product and trying to give the community the best Subnautica can possibly offer by firing the co-founders. That surely will help. That won't be a detriment to the game in any way, I'm sure. And they already blamed the delay on the firing of Gil specifically, from what I recall. So, I don't know, Krafton. I feel like you've shown your whole butt here. I feel like no one believes you. You seem very greedy and very salty about how the ruling went. And they do reference that there is some further litigation, but overall, this is a big W. And it's something I wanted to follow up on here. Pretty incredible stuff, really. That's really about it. So, yeah.
Alright, let's go to the next one then. Okay, what else we got here? Meta announced it's shutting down the VR metaverse. Yeah, I already heard about that. Let's see. A close look at DLSS 5 in the RE9 demo. What is this? I have not seen this. Oh, we got just an image here. Okay. Not visual difference, non-lighting property changes. face perfectly overlaid. Oh. Increased hair density definition, yep. Added pigment, rosy and glossy texture. Darker blue pigment and added pupil catch light. Okay. The color mapping indicates changes to texture and pigment. Or meshed definition. Okay, so like all the color mapping stuff there is like all the actual faces, like the parts of the face that's just physically changed. Okay. Yeah. The Subnautica one has another twist before reinstating the guy. They announced the release date. Damn. The edit pour is now we're in the future. Yeah, I guess we are. The future is now. So when do we get our flying cars? Okay, but like, it really changes the look of the things. It's one thing if it just added more detail, but like it physically changes the model. That's kind of crazy. But yeah, developers were left in the dark about DLSS 5. We already heard about the drama thing. I think this is a bit old to look at deal with the shill digital foundry stuff, because they were freaking shilling this shit because they were paid or whatever to do an ad on it. But this part here is speaking with the developers and artists at studios. We've agreed to DLSS 5, including Capcom and Ubisoft and Insider Gaming was told that the DLSS 5 tech was revealed to them at the same time as everyone else. We found out at the same time as this went public, said the Ubisoft developers at Capcom tell Insider Gaming that the announcement and the publisher's involvement were particularly shocking, as Capcom had previously been historically very anti-AI with projects such as Resident Evil Requiem and other unannounced projects in development. Some at the publisher fear that DLSS 5 announcement could prompt a change in the publisher's view on Gen AI and its implementation in games. Okay. New government alien destruction, what the fuck? Let's do this thing. Through the pure incompetency, these Neanderthal-like devs spread literal malware. I mean, it's not their intent to spread malware, but here's the thing. Here's my take on this whole thing. Sure, on that day it was Duet Night Abyss, but it could literally apply to any other live service game out there if a vulnerability was to get found and the malicious actors were to take advantage of it and inject themselves in there. I mean, it's happened to other stuff in the past before. Some have been far worse than others, but that's just always something to take into consideration. The main reason why I was able to do so much harm is because of what the actual game can do and what it has access to. And part of the problem is, a lot of these games, these live service games and everything, they want the anti-cheat to be running client-side because they don't want to put it on server-side for some reason. And because it's running client-side, a lot of them will run at, you know, a kernel level, which is not good. At least in terms of security. It opens yourself up to a lot of security risks. If something was to infect it, and it would run at, you know, basically the highest elevation of privileges you could have. It's far outside of just a user account or an admin account and what they can do. And that's pretty much what happened here when the malware got in there. The real thing that people should be mad at is the fact that Microsoft lets applications run above user and admin space. Because the reality is, if no one was able to get into, like, to run things at that high of a privilege, a lot of the damage that was caused by this wouldn't have been able to happen in the first place. At the same time, too, if every application ran in a sandbox, then if one application was infected, and you were to run an infected application, only that application that was infected would have been harmed, and not the rest of the data on your system or your machine. Because then the whole thing would have been isolated. So, like, that's another perspective to look at it, too. Because the reality is, regardless, any of these games could have that problem, too. But yeah. It's unfortunate that it happened to Duet Night Abyss, but literally all of these games have this risk. They all do. The free pulls mean anything? No, they don't. The apology is bullshit, whatever. But at the same time, the funny part is, the whole thing could have been avoided if you just never ran this thing on your machine. Or if you ran it on a machine that kept everything isolated and separated. Because, again, like, a lot of this stuff could have also been avoided if the entire game ran in a sandbox. But again, this thing could easily happen to any other game out there that also has some sort of anti-cheat and stuff. Alright, let's see what else. We'll just skim through some of the easier topics first. What is this? He did what to anime? What is this? Oh, let me just drag this into my other browser. Because it loads faster on GreyJ.
This is not something I expected to wake up to this morning, but here we are. This is the real Mr. Beast account with 34 million followers, saying in his own words, "Can we please get one for Naruto? Please, 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 I'll help fund it."
What?
This is the biggest content creator on the YouTube platform saying that they will fund a Naruto anime remake if given the green light to do so. And he said this 3 hours ago in response to this post about the One Piece remake and how it will avoid unnecessary fillers, says the Wit Studio CEO. And
that's cool.
This probably in a separate video. But for now, let's focus on what Mr. Beast is saying here and how significant this is, and if this is actually, you know, going to happen or not. So
that wasn't a video, that was just a picture. Chuck Norris isn't dead, he's just playing New Game Plus. We all know that Chuck Norris doesn't die. He's just being hired temporarily as God's bodyguard. He just got hired for a new job. That's all. Steel Ballroom? No. What's that?
Mr. Beast, I feel like doesn't really need an introduction. He is very well known, very well recognized. He's the biggest content creator on
the new JoJo's? I have never followed JoJo at all, but so I haven't paid attention. But why, something happened? If it was sent in my reacts, we'll look at it later. I'm slowly scrolling through.
His videos get millions upon millions of views. He gives out millions of dollars to people that win his different challenges and stuff within his videos. He funds random things. He has his own merchandise brands, his own candy, different stuff like that. I don't feel like I really need to introduce the man and how well recognized he is and his brand in general. And so, this man is able to kind of hand out millions here and there, left and right with different videos. And anyone, I feel like, on the content creator platform of YouTube that could theoretically fund something as gigantic and monolithic as, like, Naruto, I do think that Mr. Beast is probably one of the very few individuals that probably could do so. And this man, from what I have seen over the years, if there is one thing I do know for a certain, is that he does like Naruto. He has talked about it continuously over the years, and I do think that in general, that he definitely would probably, he's serious about this, he would fund a Naruto remake and probably make it as good as he possibly could, because it's probably a very dear series to him. I mean, hell, if I had the money and millions of dollars to toss around, I probably would do the same for some of my favorite stuff. Like, I would probably try to get a Yu Yu Hakusho anime remake, maybe an Inuyasha. Hell, I might even do Dragon Ball, like the OG Dragon Ball. I'm not talking about Z, I'm talking about OG Dragon Ball. I would fund stuff like that. And so, I fully understand this sentiment, and I feel like anyone that, you know, loves certain anime or loves manga has always dreamed that they could get a remake for their favorite series.
The first episode drop was 1 hour. Okay.
Have the money, and I feel like if there's anyone that theoretically could do something like this,
I see.
it's definitely Mr. Beast.
Wait, first episode of what?
Though, we need to talk about, does Naruto actually need an anime remake? Because obviously, there's a lot to discuss when it comes to the One Piece remake, and basically why it needs to happen, and why it's even happening to begin with. Like I said, I'll talk about this in a separate video.
I see.
But Naruto in general is a very interesting case, because when you think about it, even the OG anime, the art and animation is legitimately incredible. It looks really good to this day. It stands the test of time. A lot of people I see don't really even make fun of the art and animation. Like, people that are brand new to anime, getting even into anime in the 2020s, goes back and watches the original Naruto because the art and animation just looks really good. And so, does something that has such a unique art style and animation that still holds up to this day truly need a remake? Well, we gotta look at the chart here. And that is the Naruto filler list. So this is the OG Naruto, not counting Naruto Shippuden, by the way. This is not the time skip or anything where, you know, you have the whole Akatsuki and all that. This is prior to that, okay? And the original Naruto series had 220 episodes. And if you look here, the original Naruto series had 41% of its episodes.
Damn, 41% filler.
Up to 90 recorded episodes of filler. That's not including mixed canon and filler. For instance, you have mixed canon and filler episodes, and then you have manga canon, which just follows the manga, and then obviously the red boxes means that it is a filler episode. And you can really see that when the Naruto anime was coming out, it started to get heavy into filler around the 130 episodes, to where it was basically entirely filler, almost 100 episodes.
That's crazy.
Which was entirely filler until episode 220 that aired back in 2007. And so when you look at this, the original Naruto, 100%, even if it didn't get a modern-day facelift with modern techniques and animation styles, there is so much filler that it makes it very bloated and confusing to potentially get into the series, especially when there is a lot of mixed canon and filler throughout their episodes. Like, look, you can literally see even at the beginning of the story, they have mixed canon and filler in these episodes, even in the early stages of, like, episode...
Damn.
Like, yeah, they even have it on episode 7 right here. They have stuff all in, like, you know, 18, 19, 20, you get the point. Like, there's a lot of mixed stuff. And that's not even talking about Naruto Shippuden, which is even more heinous when it comes to its filler in terms of percentage. So, basically, when Naruto Shippuden came out back in 2007, right after the OG Naruto ended, and we got our time skip, and it rebranded as you can see here, Naruto Shippuden, it had a total of 500 episodes. And 41%, just like the OG, was filler. However, this time, there was a lot more episodes, which meant that 203 episodes were
203 filler, damn.
Shippuden series. That is insane. Absolutely insane. And once again, that's not including mixed canon and filler within the episodes. That's strictly just talking about full-blown filler episodes that are a part of that 203 total. So when you scroll down here, you start to see where the filler just gets completely outrageous, to where there's a little bit of canon for an arc, and then it goes straight into filler, canon, arc, and then, like, and then you have filler, and it just gets really, really bad, especially when you get into, like, the 300 episodes. You start seeing where it shifts continuously into filler content. Like, for instance, like this. Look at this. You have filler episodes, canon content, filler episodes, canon content with mixed filler, and then you have canon content with some mixed filler, and then filler, canon, filler. You get the point. It's not good. It's just, there was a lot of things about the last stretch of the original Naruto anime that was really freaking bad. And the big issue here, which a lot of people had, especially when this was airing back in, like, you know, 2015, 2016, the thing is that the manga was basically done. Like, I believe the manga ended in, like, 2014, 2015, and at that time period, there was no reason for, you know, Studio Clown to basically be adapting Naruto with filler. There was no reason for it. And this led many people to believe they were stretching it out to get as much money as they possibly could for it. And even if that's true or not, the point is that the filler was incredibly unnecessary, because the reason why filler exists to begin with, in hindsight, is for the anime doesn't catch up with the manga. But the manga was done, but they were still applying filler left and right with mixed canon filler and stuff, literally all the way up to the very end of the story, like up to 479, as you can see here, which is outright ridiculous.
Damn.
So, I do think that what Mr. Beast is saying here and where he's coming from he does have a point. I do think that Naruto does need a remake of some kind. I don't think it needs potentially a modern-day facelift, but I do think that it might deserve a Dragon Ball Z Kai situation, to where all the filler is removed, it's condensed down, and it's just the OG art animation, and maybe a few minor touch-ups here and there, to maybe some scenes that haven't aged as well, like what they did with Kai, stuff like that. I feel like, in general, that is what Naruto really needs. Now, don't get me wrong, I would love to see crisp and shiny new animation art for the Naruto series, get to see certain fights like the Pain fight, for instance, with brand new art and animation. It would be incredible. But I do think that, you know, it isn't as needed as, let's say, something like One Piece or even Bleach. And even then, I don't think Bleach even needs it as much as something like One Piece, because of just the very nature of what One Piece is and how its adaptation actually was. Like I said, make that in a separate video. But yeah, I do think, though, looking at all this situation right now, I think that if there is anyone that theoretically could fund a Naruto remake, it would be Mr. Beast, especially something that might just be like a Dragon Ball Kai situation. I think that is very possible. I don't know exactly how much it would cost, but like, anime in general, in terms of production-wise, it might be rising the cost to produce anime, but it's still nowhere near the level of cost as, let's say, a Hollywood movie, okay? Like, I believe you could fit like 3 to 4 anime, maybe 5 anime into the cost of just one Hollywood movie. Don't quote me on those numbers, okay? Don't quote me on that one, but
alright, that's the next one here. We got the Shills versus Grifter Nintendo criticism. We'll go look at that one. Let me pull that up. Alright, let's go give this a look.
Can you believe it's almost been 1 year now since the Switch 2 came out? I know, right?
Yep.
Crazy how time flies. Nintendo as a company has existed for the better part of 130 years now and has been making successful video games for the better part of 40 years now. As a result, it's a company whose games have been a part of multiple generations of people for quite some time now. And multiple different kinds of people from various walks of life have their own sentimental Nintendo experience that they grew up with. It does seem to be a common thing with Nintendo fans overall, having played and loved the games as a kid and still continuing to play and love the games today. However, in the year of our Lord 2026, one particular thing seems very uncommon and also very unnuanced when it comes to Nintendo currently. And of course, that's none other than online criticism of the company itself. Online discussion and discourse surrounding Nintendo has existed almost as long as online discussion of media overall has been a thing. But in recent memory, I think we've seen a very clear and also a very telling divide between the kinds of Nintendo criticism that is currently available out there. Rather than there being a plethora of fair or nuanced criticism about Nintendo and both the bad and the good surrounding the company, it seems in recent memory, Nintendo criticism has essentially dissolved into two big extremes, that being the Nintendo shills and the Nintendo grifters. And unfortunately, there is almost no in-between whatsoever when it comes to criticism of Nintendo. I think criticism of Nintendo in the modern age has definitely hit a major low point, since instead of there being a plethora of fair, nuanced criticism about Nintendo in online spaces, you pretty much only have two different opposite ends of an extreme spectrum. You have Camp 1, aka the shills, who act like everything Nintendo does in the modern age is all good and there are no problems whatsoever, which obviously is wrong. But on the other end of that, you have Camp 2, the grifters, who pretty much consistently put out hate content of Nintendo, sometimes daily in some cases, and come out like they're just trying to generate hate and negativity about Nintendo just for the sake of it, rather than actually criticizing the company in any real fashion. So today, I want to look at both Nintendo grifters and shills, talk about why exactly neither of them provide any kind of real criticism of Nintendo, and also just talk about what real criticism of Nintendo in the modern age should look like in general. First, let's go over the topic of the idea of Nintendo shills, since I think that is currently the camp that is losing influence for reasons we'll get into shortly, but also they are still definitely worth discussing since they do muddle the pot quite a bit on real Nintendo criticism. To explain the current state of what I consider the Nintendo shills on YouTube, we actually need to go back to last year in June when the Switch 2 originally launched. When the Switch 2's price tag was officially unveiled, that being $450 for the console-only package and $500 for the Mario Kart World bundle, a lot of gamers and people on YouTube in general took note of how big of a price jump this was from the Switch 1.
Yep.
Probably the most notable person on YouTube, specifically in terms of Nintendo YouTubers, to criticize Nintendo initially for their price tag on the Switch 2 was none other than our Australian Fabio wannabe, that being beat-em-ups. In terms of channels that pretty much exclusively cover Nintendo, their hardware, their games, and their accessories, beat-em-ups is probably the most popular one, having over 1.8 million subscribers. So as you can probably imagine, he has quite a bit of influence in terms of Nintendo discourse on the internet in general. Originally, when the Switch 2's prices were announced, Beat-em-Ups did a video called Why is the Switch 2 so expensive? In this video, he talked about all the different accessories, the main console itself, and all the games in regards to the Switch 2, and discussed how he thought all of it was very expensive. Now, there are actually a lot of things I do agree with Beat-em-Ups on here. I definitely think the tutorial type game that Nintendo made for the Switch 2 should not be a paid feature whatsoever. This really should have just been something that came pre-packaged with the system, not something you had to pay extra for.
But there were definitely multiple moments where I kind of had to just look in the camera and wince and wonder what I was hearing.
Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour will launch as a paid digital game on the same day as Nintendo Switch 2. So please check it out if you're interested.
Paid? An instructional pamphlet?
It's like a bra.
Which, you know, instructional pamphlet, something you usually pick up for free on the way out of AAA after they inspect your car, you know? Just a little bit of information on what's going on.
Including a button on the console's controller that also does technically cost money to activate isn't really a good move either, in my opinion.
Yep.
Watching Scootish's stream and he said it and it made me think about it. The C button is for the chat app, but the chat app costs money. It's free initially. If you press the button and you can get into a chat with friends, it's free initially until like March next year, but then after that, you have to pay.
I also heavily agree with his opinion here on Mario Kart World, especially given the fact this was before the game even came out, and in retrospect, after having played the game for a bit, since it came bundled with my Switch 2, I have to say, I don't think it's worth $80 at all. I think Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is a far better Mario Kart game than Mario Kart World. The fact this is one of the only Mario Kart games where you have to unlock Donkey Kong instead of having him as a starter character, which most other Mario Kart games do, I think alone speaks volumes to the amount of lackluster quality in this game. My best Monkey Boy deserves better than this. But all joking aside, even outside of that, the overworld is really empty and incredibly lifeless and not really that interesting at all. And I don't really think Nintendo lived up to a very immersive open world Mario Kart game, which they were trying to advertise initially when this was announced. The game just feels so empty, and it definitely is not worth $80. So these initial criticisms of Nintendo's business practices I actually do agree with, but for some reason something very interesting happened around the Switch's launch. When the Switch 2 officially came out, Beat-em-Ups for some reason mysteriously seemed to change his tune. He ended up right away buying every single Switch 2 accessory and every single Switch 2 launch game as well. Now, obviously, right away you can write this off saying, yeah, he's a Nintendo YouTuber, of course he's gonna buy the Switch 2 console and games. And maybe every single accessory as well, although admittedly that seems a bit excessive. But then, if you're just gonna go ahead and do that anyway, why make a video acting like you care about the Switch 2's pricing and complaining about that, and try to act like you're trying to create a nuanced conversation about it when you're just gonna go ahead and buy all the accessories and the games
They were probably just all sent to him anyways.
It really makes your audience question just how much value you were held to begin with, and also makes them realize you didn't actually care that much about the pricing to begin with. I also do want to point out one extra thing about his launch game video that I think is pretty egregious in particular. For those who probably remember, one of the launch titles for the Switch 2, and funny enough, also one of the more affordable ones, was Bravely Default Flying Fairy HD Remaster, which was an HD port of the classic 3DS game. This is pretty much widely considered to be one of the greatest JRPGs of all time, and easily one of the best of the 21st century. So naturally, a lot of people were hyped to be able to play it on a new platform and also with new enhanced graphics as well. But for some reason, despite the fact Beat-em-Ups tries to pass off this video like he's gonna review every single Switch 2 launch game, he actually admits he doesn't even have Bravely Default on hand to review and is just gonna go off of other reviews when discussing it here in this video.
There is actually one game missing from my physical collection, and while I have ordered it from GameStop, Bravely Default Flying Fairy HD doesn't arrive until the weekend, and I wanted to film this video already. So this is the one game I personally haven't tried yet, but I will have tried it before this video comes out. And if anything I say is off base, I'll make an edit. I'm just gonna go by what I've seen online and what other people are saying about this one.
Like, at the very least, try to wait a bit until you actually get the game so you can do a real review of it. It doesn't make any sense to play this up like you're gonna talk about every single Switch 2 game and review them when you're not actually gonna do that. You straight up admit you don't even have one of the key launch titles and lack the ability to review it, but put out this video anyway, which kind of damages your credibility as a reviewer. I think another pretty notable red flag from beat-em-ups around this time was him completely flipping on his take on Mario Kart World despite the fact he called it too expensive earlier.
Is it worth $80? Worth it just because it's a really fun Nintendo game and it's the launch title and you're gonna want to play it with your friends.
Oh, come on! This kind of
You just flip-flop that way.
Unfortunately,
Like on
very
that.
prevalent going forward
Over
on
there.
beat-em-ups channel, and it still continues to this day, as you can see with 2 of his most recent videos. Just when you think he's setting up a spot for actual discourse surrounding Nintendo, he'll immediately go back on that and act like everything's perfectly fine and there's nothing wrong with Nintendo at all. It is completely spineless, and unfortunately, all these Nintendo shills seem to do that. Nintendo Prime, Switch Force, and plenty of others also adopt this exact kind of method of video making, unfortunately not really offering Nintendo any actual criticism, but simply making almost
At the end of the day, you just want to know if the guy who made the video likes Nintendo.
Shallow way. Obviously,
True,
I have no real
true.
problem with these people as people. They all seem relatively nice and generally pretty chill too. My only problem is that a lot of their commentary just comes off as very shallow and not really any kind of actual nuanced, fair, all-around criticism of Nintendo as a company. If you want to be a real critic, you have to look at things with more nuance. By definition, not everything is always automatically good all the time. Sometimes maybe a good situation has a bit of a bad twist to it, or maybe a bad situation has a good twist to it. But when your content is just saying everything is always good, that's not real criticism. There admittedly also is the other end of that too, which is just as much of a problem, which we'll get into shortly. The last thing I do think is worth bringing up about beat-em-ups specifically though, before I end off this section, is that it's probably worth bringing up his big social experiment controversy from a few months ago. Essentially, what happened during this experiment is that beat-em-ups planted what he called a fake seed for a leak about a Nintendo Direct happening in July, back on a podcast they did in June. Now, beat-em-ups is not really known for having insider information at all, and not really dropping leaks at all in any of his content. As he himself claims, dropping this fake leak during a podcast was actually part of his goal for a social experiment he was doing, supposedly. In his words specifically, he wanted to do content in the vein of somebody like Danny Gonzalez or Eddie Burback, and plant this false idea of a leak out there to see just how much the media would run with it and how much of a confirmation bias there would be so he could do a social experiment on that. The problem was, of course, since beat-em-ups is the biggest YouTuber that covers almost exclusively Nintendo hardware and software, pretty much every social media outlet took this rumor and it spread all over the internet. So inevitably, because of this, when beat-em-ups actually did reveal he had just faked the thing the whole time for a social experiment, most people just looked at it face value and saw that, yeah, he lied, which he did, and he does admit that, to be fair. But obviously the fact he admitted it does not change the fact he did it, and also the way he explained it in his video came off as very hand-wavy, with him attempting to explain the psychology behind confirmation bias, but also not really understanding this himself. There's a very good video here from the Artsy Gamer where she goes over all the different flaws in Wood's presentation of the psychology that I definitely recommend you check out. In general though, Nintendo shills represent one end of the problem when it comes to there being any sort of real criticism of Nintendo out there. Rather than actually looking at the company as a whole with any nuance, they seem to be only interested in discussing good news. And they seem unwilling to discuss both the bad and the good of various situations involving Nintendo. But on the other side of this, we have the opposite end of the problem, that being the Nintendo grifters. The Nintendo grifters actually are the more prevalent group out there currently, and definitely the more obnoxious one as well. As you can probably imagine, they represent the exact opposite kind of issue that the Nintendo shills do. Whereas the Nintendo shill's main priority is only focusing on good news, and even when they do bring up bad news, they'll automatically backpedal on that by bringing up good news and acting like everything is okay. The grifters, of course, only care about bad news and capitalizing off of that hate. They will sometimes put out almost daily videos providing the most shallow, lackluster takes, just crapping on Nintendo. And there are absolutely things to call out Nintendo for, but for some reason, none of these channels actually seem to be aware of what the real issues are, and also don't approach anything with any real nuance whatsoever. Perhaps one of the most notable Nintendo grifters is none other than Lord Frogmire, who just so happens to be the brother of Synthetic Man, who we've actually covered here before on the channel. Synthetic Man himself is already a very notorious presence in the gaming space overall on YouTube, given, well, literally everything about him.
This is complete embarrassing slop. I don't care if he worked as a social worker once upon a time and witnessed a lot of
I don't know who
abusive
Synthetic Man is. I've
fathers
never
who
heard
beat
of
their
him before.
wives and their children.
But
This
okay.
story is encouraging Japanese people not to get married or to have kids.
Are you fucking dumb?
Yes! So, with somebody as charming of a personality as that, you can just imagine how delightful his brother probably is. And you guessed it, Lord Frogmire's content is essentially just all the same anti-woke rage-bait content that his brother makes, just simply about Nintendo games instead of gaming overall. And once again, while there are absolutely things you can criticize Nintendo for, Lord Frogmire unfortunately seems incapable of doing that or offering any real criticism about the company or its games whatsoever. I think actually a very good example of this is his video where he talks about how he thinks Breath of the Wild ruined Nintendo and the Switch too. Let's see what he had to say.
It's about pattern recognition. It's noticing that Nintendo has been walking down a path, starting with Breath of the Wild, that has slowly eroded the last positive quality Nintendo has left, which is good, innovative games. Innovation which they have given up on so that they can better emulate Breath of the Wild. Mario Kart needs an open world. Metroid Prime 4 has a giant open empty desert, not because it's a new innovative direction for the series, but because it makes the games more similar to Breath of the Wild, the best-selling Zelda game of all time.
Now, while Breath of the Wild undeniably was a very influential game and also a huge turning point for the Zelda series and just a big deal for Nintendo overall, it doesn't really make any sense to blame Breath of the Wild for the shortcomings of Mario Kart World and Metroid Prime 4. Sure, all three games do have open worlds in them, but open world games have existed for a long time, even before Breath of the Wild. With Mario Kart World, open world racing games have also existed for a pretty long time at this point too, especially looking at things like the Forza Horizon series. So it doesn't really make any sense at all to claim that Zelda Breath of the Wild is the reason why Metroid Prime 4 and Mario Kart World have open worlds.
And it's not close. 34 million copies. And if that doesn't sound like a lot, Skyward Sword, the Zelda game for the Wii, one of the most popular consoles of all time, sold less than 8 million copies. To call Breath of the Wild a success is an understatement. It's the kind of success that a developer may think, wow, we made a really great game here, but corporate looks at it and says,
like,
why
Forza
are we making these
Horizon
games that don't sell well?
is cool, okay.
More Breath of the Wild.
Wait,
that's one way to say Horizon. Horizon.
Nintendo has produced plenty of games that have sold very well even since the release of Breath of the Wild that aren't even open world at all. Luigi's Mansion 3 is not an open world game, but that sold over 14 million copies. Mario Odyssey, which is more of a 3D sandbox game than a traditional open world game, sold over 30 million copies. Animal Crossing New Horizons sold over 49 million copies. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate sold over 37 million copies. And funny enough, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, which is a traditional Mario Kart game that doesn't have an open world in it, sold over 70 million copies. For some reason, Lord Frogmire seems to think that Nintendo including an open world in their game is a method to drive sales, when really that's pretty clearly not the case at all, since many of their successful games don't even have an open world in it. Nintendo is pretty clearly not just introducing open worlds into their games to try to drive sales, so it doesn't really make any sense at all for him to claim this. Especially with Mario Kart, given the fact the last Mario Kart game became easily the best-selling game on the Nintendo Switch without an open world in sight. Again, that pretty clearly isn't Nintendo's mindset here, given the fact they still produce games that sell tens of millions of copies that don't have an open world in them at all. Like I just said previously, most of the best-selling games on the Nintendo Switch don't even have an open world in them. This pretty clearly isn't Nintendo's strategy at all, but for some reason Lord Frogmire seems to think it is. But given the fact his brother is this guy, I can't say I'm too surprised at all.
That is easier to emulate than it is to innovate. To just copy what they already did and bring that success to every other Nintendo franchise. The problem is, Breath of the Wild is not good because it's the greatest game game ever made. It didn't sell a bajillion copies because it has the best world design, or the best mechanics, or the best combat. It was great because it was something new and interesting, that exploring Hyrule had never felt like this before. But Nintendo does not agree with me. That is not why they think the game succeeded. Their actions have made it clear that they think Breath of the Wild succeeded because open world games appeal to the wider audience, and they have perfected the open world on their first try. And this belief has already ruined multiple Zelda games and will ruin the entire Switch 2's library if they continue down this path.
What exactly do you mean by ruin the franchise? If you mean that every Zelda game is like Breath of the Wild that came out afterward, that's technically not true. Both the Link's Awakening remake and also Zelda Echoes of Wisdom are more in line with classic Zelda than the Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild open world style. Trying to make the insinuation that every single Zelda game that came after Breath of the Wild is just like that, or that Breath of the Wild somehow ruined the other Zelda games, doesn't really make any sense either. In general, most of Lord Frogmire's content is exactly like this, often taking an overly negative slant at something Nintendo related. But
Wait,
instead
what?
of offering any real criticism,
Meanwhile, we're also watching someone else at the same time.
Nitpicks that are
Welcome back,
often overly
Reptile.
negative and sometimes don't even make any sense, like I just pointed out here. Him attempting to make the claim that Breath of the Wild ruined Nintendo and that Nintendo is trying to make every single one of its franchises open world for sales is something that is so easily debunkable it's absurd. Lord Frogmire is really just as bad and easily melted as his brother. Another person that's pretty prevalent in the Nintendo grifter space that's definitely worth calling out is also Real Life Fake Wizard. This guy is one that I've actually
Real-life
personally
Fake Wizard,
for quite a
okay.
bit now, since he's honestly one of the biggest rage baiters in the online Discord space in general. Most of his videos are him making very intentionally insane claims, like trying to claim Pixar's Hopper was a Disney movie meant to indoctrinate kids. Or him also trying to make the claim that video games are not made for men anymore. Wow, trying to keep up the Gamergate 2.0 grift I see. This guy's pretty blatantly shallow and also makes a ton of these very clickbaity, inflammatory videos that don't offer a lot of substance or real critique whatsoever. And he obviously is very aware of this and likely doesn't actually believe most of the stuff he says. He just says it because it gets clicks and easy attention, which of course is essentially the textbook definition of a grifter. It's also very funny because I've ratioed him on Twitter before for him apparently thinking I'm a Disney shill, despite the fact one of my highest viewed videos is me criticizing Disney's live-action Lilo and Stitch for being a shallow retreading of the original that directly went against the message of the original film as well. Ah yes, clearly I'm a Disney shill ready to gulp up any slop the company puts out. I think the interesting thing about Wizard's discussions of Nintendo though is how he'll often intentionally try to utilize Nintendo as a brand in some of its games to meet his own political ideology, or in some cases just intentionally try to gatekeep people he doesn't like from fandoms he's a part of. A good example of this actually is his video called Video Games Are Not For Men Anymore, where he does bring up Zelda Echoes of Wisdom and also Animal Crossing New Horizons. He does bring up a lot of other games too, since this entire video is essentially him trying to gatekeep women from gaming overall.
31 days,
Let's
yeah.
see what he had to say.
Hello, I'm the Real Life
Almost
Fake Wizard.
here.
A research and consulting firm called Ampere Analysis just presented a study claiming that female players are, quote, an overlooked opportunity for growth in the gaming industry. Their senior analyst, Katie Holt, stood up at a conference and told a room full of executives that women make up 48% of all gamers, that the industry is leaving money on the table, and that studios should be developing new types of content, including romance, lifestyle, cooking, travel, and fashion-themed games paired with puzzle and simulation games in order to attract women who do not currently play any video games.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, I love that he pulls it in.
I mean, that is already happening. That's already a thing, and those products already exist. But, like, you're not going to target stuff for a male demographic with that type of product. And vice versa. Like, you're not going to do that. It makes no fucking sense. The devs that are making that type of game are specifically targeting that group of users. That's all.
Endymion,
Yeah.
shows this person's full name
It's
in
been a
and also
while.
intentionally says, Kitty stood up in a conference room full of executives and told them that 48% of gamers are women. While it's not as on the nose as Endymion, it's pretty obvious he's taking the same tactics, putting up this woman's face and name, and specifically listing her as the person who made this statement, which obviously Wizard seems to have a very particular problem with.
Please do not harass or attack any of these people that I present. I am simply showing you evidence to strengthen the case of what I've been told. And if I mispronounce anyone's names, my bad. But firstly, we have Jen Lee Lukin, a video game producer at Sucker Punch, as you can see on screen right now.
You are a sad, strange little man, and you have my pity.
I always love when these guys will say things like, oh, don't harass these female game developers I'm talking about, but then proceed to show their full names, social media handles, and their faces right there on screen. Incredible. In addition to this, the way he words this is inevitably very intentionally disingenuous. The article that he's reading here doesn't actually say that studios should be trying to appeal directly towards women that don't play video games. Rather, the article is just showing the existing metrics of women that play games, the kinds of games they like, and also how to bring in a potentially untapped market of women who don't play video games and get them interested in games overall. The article quite literally is not demanding that studios should be appealing to women who don't play video games. This obviously is very telling and intentional wording on Wizard's part.
Now, if you were sitting there thinking, gee, Attracting females that don't play games at all? Well, that sounds awfully familiar, doesn't it? You're right. This is not exactly new. We've heard the data from different consulting firms, different analysts, different conferences for the better part of the last decade, maybe even more. We need more women in gaming. Women are underrepresented. Women make up half of the gaming populace now.
What do you mean? Which
claims are
it
coming
was
from people
weird.
who are not giving you the full picture, and they're coming from a place of bias and prerogative.
Gee, that sure is a bold claim coming from the guy who made 3 different videos.
Yeah, catering to everyone is just a terrible idea. Alright. You try to make something for everyone, you end up making something for no one. Alright, like there's a saying like that or whatever. And that's pretty much what's gonna happen, because you're gonna end up putting stuff in that one group of people like, but another group of people don't like and don't want to deal with. And then it's just gonna clash. And then you end up having something that nobody wants on either end. But yeah.
Lately shilling for Charlie Kirk of all people, complained that the live-action One Piece was quote-unquote pushing something onto its audience.
If anyone is going to change the story, I'd rather have it be the dude who made the story than a boardroom of idiot executives pushing something onto audiences, you know?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Has claimed the upcoming Masters of the Universe movie will bomb before the movie has even come out, and also try to act like Ghost of Yote didn't sell well when, yes, in fact, the game did sell well. Clearly, the only biased one here is real-life fake Wizard.
Every single time a studio has taken those claims seriously, the results have been catastrophic. Not for the consulting firm, of course. They got paid and they get to sail into the sunset to spread more divisive rhetoric.
Inevitably, Wizard is going back to the old Sweet Baby Inc. type conspiracy theory. The truth is, consulting firms don't actually have anything directly to do with a game's development. The development of characters and stories for a video game still falls upon the game studio itself. Consulting firms like Sweet Baby Inc., for instance, really only exist to give feedback and don't actually have any direct involvement in the games themselves. If Wizard was actually knowledgeable about the gaming industry, he'd probably know this, but obviously he pretty clearly doesn't.
But for the studios, the developers, and the actual paying customers, they'll watch franchises get dismantled in pursuit of an audience that doesn't exist. The data reported by Ampere Analysis is troubling. There is
like the movie Megan, random comparison, but still works. First Megan movie was good hard, but the movie that people liked, Megan 2 bombed hard because they catered to the alphabet.
Wizard attempts to claim that there's sexism for both women and men in this data when really it doesn't look like that's happening at all. The data is just observing what video games tend to be played by women more, such as Animal Crossing, The Sims 4, and Roblox, which are all documented to have more female players than male ones, and determining how they can appeal to more women to get them interested in the hobby as well and be able to market to them further. This is literally just a demographic study. There's nothing sexist about this. It's also ironic because right after saying this, Wizard shows us his own sexism by talking about games made for men. Now, while there are plenty of video games out there that are at least likely targeted towards a male audience, just like any facet of the entertainment industry, games are not just made exclusively for men. Games can easily be enjoyed by both men and women, regardless of who the primary demographic might be. And games have been enjoyed by both men and women ever since the industry started to begin with. So already, Wizard is inevitably already showing us the errors in his thinking by talking about games exclusively made for men. But given everything else I've already pointed out to you about this guy's content, I imagine you probably can't expect much better from Great Value Gandalf here.
It sounds like near parity, doesn't it? It sounds like men and women play games in almost equal numbers. Well, let me tell you what the number actually means. That 48% includes everyone. Every single person who plays anything on any device. Your aunt playing Candy Crush on her iPad while watching Jeopardy? She's in that number. Your mom playing Royal Match on her phone during her lunch break? She's in that number. Is someone who downloaded Wordle once in 2022 and forgot about it? They're probably in that number. These are counted the same as someone who put 2,000 hours into Elden Ring or plays High Guard every single night after work.
Well, oh mighty mock-up mage, since you seem so confident in that claim, why don't you tell us how exactly you came across that? I love how he makes the pretty big claim that people that don't normally play video games or people that largely play mobile games and only on occasion are also included in the study, but he doesn't show any evidence at all of this. He just expects his audience to believe it right away, which, to be fair, knowing them, they probably would. It's a good thing I'm here then to smoke out the bullcrap from our favorite bearded bozo.
When respondents were given a list of 52 console and PC games, only 3 games had more female players than male. Animal Crossing, The Sims 4, and Roblox. That's it. On mobile, 13 out of 50 games skewed female. So the data is actually telling you that women are overwhelmingly concentrated in mobile and casual gaming, which is a market that already exists alive and well and is already being served by thousands of games and billions of dollars in revenue.
Funny enough, this actually is disproven by what is said later in the article. Later in the article, Holt discusses how women often are playing online games but just aren't using voice chat due to toxicity. This can, at times, lead to the inaccurate misconception that women are playing these kinds of games.
That happens a lot too, where we just don't do it. It's just gonna end up on the individual, subjective level, exactly. Right, like, yeah, you could, there's probably some dudes out there who would like to play Otome games. Yeah, good for them, you know, if that's what they want to do. It's their time, they can do whatever they want. You play Halo competitively for actual money, ain't no crossplay Halo. I mean, I guess. I mean, there are some that will just play the thing, the campaigns or whatever, casually or whatever. Wait, there's a competitive scene for Halo? I thought that was like Benj. But that's cool, I guess.
why wasn't included in the above study. Funny that Wizard pretty conveniently left that part of the article out of his video here.
I've talked about things like this before on this channel. These analytics firms lump mobile gaming in with console and PC and then act shocked when the demographics...
I mean, don't blame me, it's just Microslop, you know, and Microslop doing Microslop things. That I thought it was like dead.
Different than what publishers see in their actual sales data. Female Candy Crush players who spend their afternoons going to brunch with the gals and then go home and watch Keeping Up with the Kardashians are not in the same bucket as the sweaty pro gamer who's been playing World of Warcraft for 19 years.
Ah yes, and clearly you're not the sexist one here, right, Wizard? Clearly all female gamers are going to brunch with the gals and watching Keeping Up with the Kardashians. Clearly you're not assigning narrowly specific stereotypes to one sex whatsoever.
And then we get to the genre recommendations. A little condescending with this one.
Ah yes, and clearly you weren't being condescending at all by talking about Keeping Up with the Kardashians and taking the gals to brunch. The absolute hypocrisy is unreal here. Overall, it's pretty clear Wizard only made this video because he wants to, for some reason, gatekeep women that could possibly be interested in gaming from getting into the hobby whatsoever.
Yeah.
This form of grifting involving Nintendo is definitely a little different than the others we discussed here, since he was more interested in bringing up a game like Animal Crossing New Horizons, and acting like because it was one of the only console games listed in the study where women outnumber male players, clearly it means that studios shouldn't be looking to get more women into gaming, even though that really makes no sense whatsoever. And even outside of Lord Frogmire and the Sham Sorcerer, there are so many other Nintendo grifters out there currently, given the fact it's a very lucrative thing to grift off right now. And yes, both Lord Frogmire and Real Life Fake Wizard do fit the definition of grifter, especially in the videos I just showed. Both of them do present a false quote-unquote issue or problem, since in Lord Frogmire's case, he tries to make the claim that Breath of the Wild ruined Nintendo, and now Nintendo is putting a bunch of open-world elements in its games to chase sales. Even though, as I showed earlier, that claim makes absolutely no sense. And also, as we saw earlier, Real Life Fake Wizard tried to make the claim that a random study that just so happened to feature Animal Crossing in it and detailing that more female players than male players play that game was completely sexist and also contributing to men not getting games made for them. Even though, like I also showed earlier, this doesn't really make any sense at all.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Both of these people created a false problem and also a false solution to go with it in the hopes of selling this to their audience, which of course is the definition of grifting. If you want to know more about how grifters are generally defined, I recommend checking out this video from Anthony Crumuglia that goes in pretty good detail about it. And in terms of Nintendo grifters specifically, there are definitely a lot of them out there, unfortunately. Funny enough, there actually was a video
that was already moved on. The games community is holding Deadpool and
since it's very well done.
I see it.
And it does a relatively good job going over different Nintendo grifters and also names more than I really care to look at for this video. And also, unfortunately for Nintendo, his video also got
it just feels bad, man. Alright, like, it just feels bad on what Microslop did.
Go subscribe to him. His content is generally pretty professional, very well put together, and also has really good editing too, so definitely go check him out. However, the one criticism I would actually have of this video specifically is that I think he goes way too soft on Nintendine. Now, for those who may not know, along with Lord Frogmire, Nintendine is probably the most notorious Nintendo grifter. His channel, originally, funny enough, was full of retrospective content for various Nintendo games. He did retrospectives on things like the Mario Party games, the Donkey Kong Country games, some Sonic games, all the 3D Marios, and plenty more. But around the time of the Switch 2 reveal, he ended up doing a video called I'm Not Buying the Switch 2. And this video ended up doing very well, to the point that all Nintendine's content going forward would be hate content about Nintendo. Right away, even just doing a quick scroll through his channel, you can see that a lot of these are just grasping at straws sometimes, or just trying to find some kind of topic to hate on Nintendo with. And like I said before, Nintendo absolutely deserves criticism for the things they do. But when you are making almost daily content just hating on Nintendo and highlighting negative things with them with almost no nuance whatsoever, and especially given your content used to be Nintendo retrospective videos, people are likely to question your credibility and where exactly you're getting your sources on these different hate stories. Or really why you're making them to begin with. Now, to give Nintendo credit, he has actually been on a bit of a YouTube break, and he actually did put up a poll recently on his channel asking if he should bring retrospectives back. Given the fact he made a lot of retrospectives in the past, I would actually be curious to see this myself, since it does seem like something he's very passionate about. But definitely the big quick turnaround that you can see from him making retrospectives to Nintendo hate content does technically label him as a grifter just because of that. Unfortunately, with how things currently are, I think both the grifters and the shills represent two extremes that have almost completely made Nintendo.
Yeah, they raised the prices of Game Pass too.
No criticism that's actually fair and nuanced go extinct.
Right.
It's like I'm stuck between Tweedledee and Tweedledum, and neither of them are giving me any real criticism about Nintendo, and instead are just overly glazing it or overly hating on it. I feel like, especially in recent years, this has been a big problem when it comes to Nintendo discourse on YouTube. If you really want to give fair criticism of Nintendo, you must look at the good and the bad and really go over all of that in detail. Now, I do want to list a few creators here that I think actually...
You couldn't even buy a... What do you mean you couldn't buy a Switch 2? I mean, like, they never ran out of stock on the Switch 2. I remember where, like, I live, the freaking stores nearby, they never sold out of the Switch 2 at launch. And they've always had them in stock. But yeah. I know the PS5 Pro is gonna be 1100 Canadian, it's nuts. Right, it is insane, like, it just goes up in price, man. Right, the base PS5 went from like, is also insane, the price there too.
do a good job with this sort of thing and actually give fair criticism to Nintendo, in my opinion. I think one of the biggest channels that also does do the best at this as well is none other than Arlo. I think Arlo actually has been consistently pretty good at looking at both the good and the bad with Nintendo. He won't just lean into one extreme and be a shill, overly glazing the company, or lean into the other extreme, overly hating on it either. He actually does look fairly at every facet of every situation with Nintendo he covers, and that's something I really appreciate about him. In general, I feel like it's very, very hard to find actual fair critics when it comes to Nintendo like Arlo in this day and age. There is just so much on either end of the extreme, and it really frustrates me personally, given the fact I think Nintendo absolutely is a company that could use some fair criticism. But when you just have two extreme sides of it, you can't really get any real criticism out of that. I do hope in the future that we'll see more real criticism of Nintendo in general, but I guess only time will tell. I do think me doing the Hunting Grizzly Bears videos, however, has helped a lot more people understand.
The funny thing is the Mario movie is April 1st, same with the rocket going to the moon. I say. That's kind of cool. I guess, same day. There's a Gandalf impersonator, a ferret in space, and now a random crackhead cookie monster. Yes. Yes. There's now a random crackhead cookie monster.
Understand how to spot a grift and also ultimately what real media criticism looks like. That's really why I started doing this series to begin with, and I'm hoping with it we can bring YouTube back to a spot where more legitimate criticism exists. Or at the very least, more people can find a way to seek out real criticism. So as long as y'all keep enjoying these videos and hopefully learning something from them, I'm happy to keep hunting grizzly bears. But what do you think? Am I wrong? Am I a gay woke furry? Let me know in the comments below. Regardless, I hope you enjoyed this video or learned something.
Okay. That's another one off the list. I haven't even seen the other Mario movie before. But hey, hopefully it's good for the people who are interested in that. Right. I can't go through all of these today. I'm like sneezing a lot. I'll probably like do maybe one or two more or just read through stuff before we end off. Just for my health. Okay, Digimon Time Stranger's apparently getting a DLC expansion. That's cool. Next year, for the people who like the Digimon game. And they're gonna have some sort of mobile game. Okay. But yeah. Digimon Journey, okay. Raise your partner, charge the devices, and power up. You can digivolve them, okay. Okay. That's cool for people who are into Digimon, I guess. Resident Evil 2026 wrapped up. He recently mentioned editing stages. Okay, they're showing expected release of September 18th. Cool. Hopefully their movie turns out well then, for the people who are interested in Resident Evil movie. That's cool. They're in the editing stages now. We're taking it back to 2004 Pokemon Costume, released on this day on the GameCube. Yup. Very cool. What's here? The connection between Pokemon Champions and Home starts the same day as official launch. Pokemon obtained, scouted, or received as gifts within Pokemon Champions cannot be transferred to Pokemon Home. Additionally, only Pokemon available in each specific game can be transferred to that game through Pokemon Home. Okay. That is unfortunate that you can't take stuff out of Champions, but I guess it makes sense. Well, I have seen the OG Smash Bros. Commercial. That's the one where they were like in a bunch of like different suits and they were just smacking each other with stuff. Right? I saw that a long time ago. And then we have the Japanese pricing. Okay. New Pokemon spotted in the trailer. Okay. Or maybe it's placeholders. Who knows? And then Sora, OpenAI shutting down Sora. The sooner ChatGPT and OpenAI no longer exist, the better. They deserve to get fucked as hard as they can for ruining everything for everyone. This one, the new megas, their abilities. Frostless getting Snow Warning and Dragonite get its multi-scale. Wait, why even run Mega Dragonite? Like, it loses points in its attacking stat, it still has multi-scale. Like, I guess you could run, if you wanted to run a special Dragonite, but then why not just run a better special attacker? Right, like, why not just run Mega Garchomp Z as well? Why Dragonite? Because Mega Garchomp Z could also go mixed. If you wanted a Dragon type, because then at least it'd be a lot faster. Yeah. The Mega Frostlass though with Snow Warning, that thing is gonna be crazy. Right, because then you just get a nice big defensive boost because of the snow on Frostlass. I think it gets Aurora Veil. And then, like, yeah, stab Blizzards, you spam Blizzard. Blizzard plus Shadow Ball spamming. Like, and not hard to, like, it's not easy to deal with that. So, like, just good spammable moves there. A sequel movie to the Lord of the Rings trilogy is in the works, damn. Okay. Well, good luck with that. And the Snow Nerf Solar Blade and Solar Beam, kind of, but then there's like the Mega Meganium. Mega Meganium would be a really good counter, because then you could just use Weather Ball. Fire type Weather Ball, Mega Meganium. So, Frostlass is like fast, right? What was like Frostlass speed? What's its speed? Yeah, base Frostlass is 110. Wait, it only gets 10 more points as a Mega, it's only 120. I mean, it gets a nice big boost to its special attack at least. Because its attacking stats were kind of shit, but then now it's like 140. It doesn't look like, I guess its special defense goes up a little bit. I mean, yeah, that's like the best way you can use its stat points. It's plus 100. Like, plus 60 straight into its special attack. Plus 30 in its special defense. And then plus 10 speed. Yeah, because then if it has Snow Warning, then at least it has... It's basically plus 50% to its defense stat as well. Because the snow. Yeah, no boost to defense because of Snow Warning. I mean, that's still, like, pretty scary to, like, deal with. Like, Ghost Ice, like, a very strong... stab combination there. Right, like, it's a very strong stab combination. You hit a lot of stuff easily with Blizzard. Right, you can just spam Blizzard, and then if not, you know, Shadow Ball hits a decent amount of things. So, like, yeah. Good stuff there. Like, yeah, sure, it gets a Weather Ball. You can use Ice-type Weather Ball, but, like, you got Blizzard. And Blizzard's a spread move as well. And can freeze. Just use... Like, a lot of the things, it's like, you're just gonna be, like, using Blizzard, Shadow Ball, maybe Aurora Veil. And then, you got a nice flex slot. Will-O-Wisp is nice. You can cripple physical attacks with Will-O-Wisps. Right, like as a set. Icy Wind for utility there is good. Haze maybe. Right, like your last slot is like pretty free. There's just Blizzard, Shadow Ball. Right, like it gets Aurora Veil. So like, you know, it's fast enough. You just set up an Aurora Veil, like it's gonna be pretty hard to just take out immediately. And then you can just spam shit. Alright, like very spammable moves there. And then it gets like a bunch of other moves that you're probably not gonna use here. Oh wait, it gets Nasty Plot. You get Nasty Plot as well. I don't know, you'll probably just like use Nasty Plot on the set. Right, you get up in Aurora Veil, you go Nasty Plot. And then you just go spam Blizzard, everything dies at the end. But yeah, like a Mega Dragon Art is just like, if it's just gonna get multi-scale, why? If it got a different ability, that could be interesting, but like... Right, like just the multi-scale. And like its stats is just... You lose your attack stat. Sure, you get 40 points of 45 points of special attack. And like it has decent special attacking moves, but like still. You know, you only get base 100 speed. Or like... Yeah, and it's still slower than Frostlass. Frostlass will just kill you. Another thing too, if Frostlass gets a Nasty Plot up, it just one-shots you with Blizzard. Even through that multi-scale, it'll just one-shot you. Like the Frostlass will just one-shot it through multi-scale anyways. Like, and then you have like Garchomp. Like, we don't know what the Garchomp Z stats is like. I mean, its ability. Right? You lose the ground typing, but like the fucking stats on this thing is absurd. Like, what is this shit? 151 speed, 141 special attack, 130 physical attack. Right? Like, it has good bulk, 108 HP. With the defense, like, this is still pretty good. Like, this is good bulk. And you're just super fast. Like, even if you don't invest in speed, you're still gonna outrun a lot of stuff that's fully invested in speed. Right? Because, like, you're gonna still hit, you know... Like, you're still gonna hit, like, a level 50. You're gonna be at, like, 140. No, higher than that, because no more IVs. You're gonna be at, like, what, 150 speed or whatever. Yeah, Draco Meteor Garchomp? Why not? Like, what coverage does it get for, like, special? You get Surf? You get, you're probably not gonna use Dragon Pulse, you're just gonna use Draco. You get Fire Blast, Flamethrower. Right. You get that, Earth Power. The Power Gem if you wanted rock coverage for some reason. You probably wouldn't use Power Gem though. And you still have a decent physical attack set, so you can still go with its physical set as well. Because, like, if you wanted to run mixed. Right, because, like, a fast dragon type like this, you can go mixed. And then, like, okay, so then what you get as a mixed, you know, like, as a physical. Right. Oh, I guess not. I don't know. I mean, like, yeah, just special target Draco Meteor spam is probably what I would run on it anyways. Right, like, as well, like, in some situations, Scorching Sands could be, like, interesting, utility. Or, like, Rock Slide or whatever. Alright, you got Scale Shot still? You still have Scale Shot? There's liquidation for water as well, coverage. I mean, it has a lot of stuff for, like, physical still. Like, you could probably just, like, run mixed and, like, fully invest in both. And still, like, have something there. It's still it's gonna do its job better than Dragonite. Like, you don't have electric coverage, but, like... yeah. That's kind of it, but you also don't have your 4x weakness to ice either. Or your rock weakness. Unlike Dragonite. Because, like, what are you gonna run on Dragonite as special attacker? Right, like, you'll probably run, I don't know, you got, like, Fire Blast, Hydro Pump, Blizzard, Hurricane, sure. Like, you're gonna use Hurricane Flying Stab. Hopefully you have a Rain Setter then. Otherwise, like, it's not exactly reliable to use Hurricane. Right, otherwise, yeah, Flamethrower, Thunderbolt Ice Beam, I guess. Coverage, Heat Wave. Probably Heat Wave over Flamethrower. Because then you get a spread move, but, like... does it even get any, like... setup? Okay, it's like, I don't know, why would you run Mega Dragonite? Or rather just keep it physical and go freaking spam extreme speed. I guess you're like no Terra, but like still. Like, you know, Dragonite, it's like, I'd rather Terra normal extreme speed spam extreme killer. You got extreme speed, like, you spam it. It's a great move. Right, because if I just wanted, you know... like, if I wanted a Dragon Flying Mega, I'll just go use Salamence. It's faster at 120. Right, it's gonna speed tie with Frost Loss. It has arguably better bulk. It can run mixed better as well. And you get Aerialate, so you actually have a good flying stab. Right, you can like run like, you have a lot of options here. Right, because like you can use like a double edge as like physical flying stab. But then it has like what, like Hyper Voice or something? If you wanted special and it's like spread. Yeah, you get Hyper Voice and it's like boosted by Aerialate. If you wanted like spreads flying moves. Like it still gets Flamethrower as well. Like if I wanted to run a special attacker one of that, I'd just run freaking Salamence. Omega Slacking would be insane. Slacking extreme speed is scary if you could learn it. I mean, like, freaking slacking stats are absurd. No, hear me out. We make a Mega Slacking, we give it Normalize. So it gets a plus 20% boost on whatever move it comes out. We increase its attack from 160 to 200. And we throw the rest in bulk and speed. Throw the rest of its stats. You know what? Here, why not just dump a bunch? Or heck, if they wanted to, just put 100 points in its special attack. So it goes absolutely nowhere. Then you got like freaking... you give it Normalize. Actually, that's even scarier. 770 BST, yeah. No, here's the thing, right? Even if it didn't increase its stats, and you just gave it a different ability, it would still be crazy. Like, imagine normalize slacking. Because, like, here's the thing, right? You use a super effective coverage move, you're doing 2x damage to whatever you're hitting, right? But if you're using just a neutral hit, that stab, you're doing 1.5x damage. But if you had normalized, that would be 1.5 times 1.2, so that's like what? You know? That's like, what, 1.8 times? So, like, you lose a little bit of, you lose, like, 20% damage on a super effective hit from coverage. But you're always doing 1.8 times damage, and you can use literally any move with any secondary effect. Normalize could be crazy. You just only get... the downside is you get walled by ghost types. Can you imagine if they were to do that? Put it on Regigigas, Mega Regigigas, give it normalize as well. That could actually be pretty scary to deal with. Instead of slow start, you give it normalize. Right? Can you imagine? Because, like, that would actually be, like, pretty good. Like, give him Mind's Eye. No, you give him normalize plus Mind's Eye as a combo ability. Normalize Scrappy. You make a new ability, you just make it normalize plus Scrappy. And you give it to a Pokemon. That'd be pretty busted, because then the only way to reliably, like, take a hit from it is if you're running a rock or a steel type. And then Mind's Eye ignores accuracy changes, that's true. Mind's Eye is Keen Eye plus Scrappy, combined into one. You ignore the accuracy changes, and you get the ability to hit ghost types with normal and fighting type moves. Then imagine you combo and normalize. That 20% power boost. Right, like, you could just be like, you imagine. You hit him with a fucking, what's a crazy move we could use that's reasonable? Like, you would just, like, lock yourself into, like, Outrage. Okay, because then, like, Outrage would be normal type. You get the 20% boost. It doesn't matter if you lock yourself in, because you're just gonna keep spamming it anyways. You would just, like, you would just lock yourself into, like, Outrage or something. It'd be dumb. Because that way you also don't have to deal with, like, recoil, like, Double Edge or whatever. And you could just spam it. Easily spammable. Again, because, like, it's type changed. But if you had, like, weather going on, I guess you could lock yourself, you could just spam Solar Beam. In that situation, maybe. I don't know. Oh wait, no, Solar Beam is special. It depends on where they would put the 100 points. But yeah. Like, my guess is they would dump a bunch of points into special attack just so they don't make it too broken. And then the Mega give him fighting type. Right? Like, that would be crazy. But, like, yeah, like, Normalize could have potential as an ability to be actually usable and useful. But it's just stuck on the Skinny and Delcatty line, like, as a drawback ability. Slacking with Normalize, Regigigas with Normalize is kinda scary. Like, you wall them with ghost types so they wouldn't be too broken. But they'd still be very scary. Because, like, again, like, any steel, rock, or ghost type can just handle them. If they were to do that. And, like, you know, steel is, you know, only the best defensive type in the game. So, I'd like to see that happen, though. Give Normalize to Regigigas and Slacking. For now, Pokemon Champions will only be compatible with fully evolved Pokemon. Developers confirmed that not fully evolved Pokemon like Porygon 2 and Clefairy won't exist in the game, but could be added in the future. That's unfortunate. Especially with, like, how prevalent, like, Porygon 2, Clefairy, Electabuzz, Magmar, Dusclops, right? Like, those Pokemon have been as not fully evolved Mons. Like, obviously Pikachu will be in there, because Pikachu's always in there. Right? But, like Porygon 2, Clefairy, Dusclops, right? Like, those are some of the big ones, but then there's also, again, like, the Electabuzz, Magmar, right? As another great Eviolite user. And then there's Murkrow as well. Murkrow's another really great, not fully evolved Pokemon for utility. And then there's this one. Pokemon VGC will never be the same. Day 2 Pokemon Champions. Deep Dive dropped and competitive barriers gone. IVs removed. EVs replaced. Yeah, the stat point. PP reworked. Yeah, they've been adjusted for balance. And we got the Mega abilities. And then shiny Pokemon can be recruited. Yep. Okay, there's gonna be Star Fox in the Mario movie? Sure. Okay, then. But yeah, I think then this is just where we'll end it off here for the night then. Right, I'm feeling a bit congested here. You can kind of tell from my voice and everything as well. And I've been like sneezing and stuff a bunch throughout the stream. But yeah, we'll just end it off here for the night. As usual though, guys, thank you all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. We'll get through more of the React backlog here some other day as well. But yeah, I'll see you guys. See ya.